77. After Ruan Xiao ran back to the blacksmith shop, she found her father sitting alone on the bamboo chair under the eaves. She handed the pot of wine to him and then sat on the other chair. "Father, have you finished your discussion?" Ruan Jiao opened the wine pot. He didn't drink it. He just sniffed it and felt a headache. It was indeed peach blossom spring roast, but it didn't cost 2 taels of silver. It was the cheapest peach blossom spring roast that only cost 8 taels of silver. Ruan Jiao caught a glimpse of his daughter, who had a guilty conscience. Her hands were twisting the corners of her clothes and her eyes were wandering. She was obviously afraid that he would expose her. Ruan Jiao sighed in his heart and had to pretend that he didn't notice anything. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He was really depressed and sullen. The man slowly said, "Yes, it was all right. I'll send someone to the brothel affairs office to find the Dali official named Wu Yuan and get the old and new maps of mountains and rivers. When Chen Pinggan comes back to his senses, he will ask me for them." Ruan Xiao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She smiled and said, "Oh." She stretched her legs out and comfortably leaned against the smooth and cool back of the small bamboo chair. Ruan Jiao thought that he was going to open the situation here. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The omen was good, so he was in a good mood. It was rare for him to say something good about Chen Pinggan. The boy in Mud Bottle Alley is simple, but he is not stupid. Ruan Xiao smiled happily and said, "Father, that's called great wisdom appearing stupidity. Do you know?" Ruan Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. The man just cursed in his heart. "What the hell do you mean by great wisdom appearing stupidity?" Ruan Jiao looked at the stream in the distance. He held the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers and shook it gently. "There are some things that I can't tell him directly. I don't want him to think too much and make a fool of himself. When you see him tomorrow, you tell him." Ruan Xiao asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Ruan Teng was silent for a moment. He picked up the flagon and took a sip of the strong liquor. Then he said, "Tell him not to dream about Dragon Spine Mountain. Even some people in the upper 5 realms who have no background may not dare to ask for it. Wind Snow Temple and Martial Arts Mountain spent a lot of effort to get such a big piece of dragon beheading platform. Plus, with my father's current status, they barely managed to get it. There are still many people who are secretly jealous." Of course, there was no need to explain these twists and turns to Chen Pinggan. Just tell him directly. There was no need to think too much about Dragon Spine Mountain. Second, this time Dali Imperial Court sold the mountains at a low price. After all, there are only 60 mountains in total. Chen Pinggan can only buy 5 mountains at most. If he buys more, it will be difficult for me to protect him and his mountains. Third, I have just made up my mind to ask Dali for the 3 mountains with Shinshio Mountain as the main mountain. When you ask Chen Pinggan to check the map, pay attention to the mountains around Shinshio Mountain, Candlelight Mountain, and Hungming Peak. I am not an unreasonable person. I won't ask him to buy all the mountains nearby. He only needs to take out half of the gold coins. Anyway, if he is really smart, he will buy more mountains around your father's 2 mountains and 1 peak. That is the right way to go. Finally, you can tell him that if he can keep a few copper coins, he can buy a few shops in the town. I guess there will be a lot of good shops that will change hands. Because many of the people in the town who have connections outside will move out, the price will definitely not be expensive. At most, it will be 1 copper coin. Ruan Xiao asked tentatively, "Father, why don't you buy the shops that are used to save money? Didn't you put away my 2 bags of copper coins? How about you give me 1 back first? Just 1. How about it?" Ruan Xiong was so angry that he put on a fake smile and said, "Don't even think about the copper coins that I saved up. I advise you to give up." "Oh right, you can ask Chen Pinggan to pay for it. Right now, he is the richest person in our town." Ruan Xiao said without hesitation, "How can I do that? He is poor. He has to borrow a dozen taels of silver from others." The corner of Ruan Xiong's mouth twitched. He could not help but turn his head and ask, "Oh, father's money is not money. Only Chen Pinggan is?" Ruan Xiao laughed and said, "I am not familiar with him." Ruan Xiong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not familiar? If you are not familiar, can you go against your conscience and let your father drink this kind of rotten wine and then fill your own pockets just to lend money to that bastard? Daughter, how familiar do you think is considered familiar? Ruon Cheung fiercely gulped down a mouthful of the bland liquor and stood up. In any case, father has said everything that needs to be said. You choose some things to say and tell Chen Pingan tomorrow. The man strode away. In fact, even if one used their buttocks to think, they would know that their daughter would say everything that should be said and what should not be said tomorrow. The more Ruon Cheung thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He could not scold his daughter, and he could not hit that bastard who was digging in the corner with a hoe. The man could only curse his mother in a low voice and walk to an empty space with no one around. He threw away the empty wine jug that, no matter how disgusting it was, he could not drink it. His figure rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the shop that sold peach blossoms in the small town. At this time, the shop was of course closed for business. He knocked hard on the door, and soon, a woman sleepily got up from the backyard to open the door. She cursed, saying things like, "You are in a hurry to be reincarnated, drinking in the middle of the night. Why don't you drink urine and not spend money? You dare to knock on a widow's door at night. Aren't you afraid that I will break your 3 legs?" She was not polite at all. Ruon Cheung stood at the door with a gloomy face and did not say a word. After seeing that it was the blacksmith shop's master Ruon, the woman took advantage of the moonlight and glanced at the middle-aged man's muscular arm. Suddenly, her face changed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she passionately pulled the man's arm. It was really as hard as iron. The woman, who had been dry for a long time, smiled more and more eagerly. When she led the way, she stumbled and almost fell into the man's arms. Unfortunately, the blacksmith did not understand her feelings and gently held her shoulder. In the end, he threw down the silver, took 2 jugs of wine, and strode away. The woman stood at the door, her face full of ridicule. She loudly teased, "Such a strong man, but in the end, he has the same surname as the bird. Master Ruon, oh no, Master Ruon, in the future, if you come to my shop to buy wine, I will charge you double the price. If one day Master Ruon's waist is strong enough, I might not charge you a single cent. I will drink wine for free and sleep with you for free." Ruon Cheung walked all the way to the end of the street indifferently. His figure flashed, and he did not return to the shop in the south of the town. Instead, he went to the north and came to a small hill. It was full of broken porcelain, piled up into a mountain. Ruon Cheung casually found a place 30 steps away from the small hill and sat down cross-legged. A voice sounded not far away. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Ruon Cheung nodded and threw over a jug of wine. The old man took the wine, weighed it, and clicked his tongue. Going to Widow Liu's shop to buy wine now, any man would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Ruon Cheung did not want to talk about this. Instead, he asked, "Old Mr. Yang, who is the young man beside the new supervisor, Wu Yuan? I can't see through him, but on the surface, he is no different from an ordinary person." The old man was old Yang of the Yang family shop. He drank a mouthful of wine. His identity is unknown, but as the old saying goes, those who come are not friendly, and those who are kind do not come, right? After old Yang said this, he smiled and looked up. At the peak of Porcelain Mountain, there was a young man in a green robe. He stood with his hands folded in his sleeves, a mole between his eyebrows, and a spring breeze smile. The young man took out a hand from his sleeve and waved it. "When you enter, you greet people. When you enter the temple, you worship the gods. I know the rules. First, I greet Master Ruon, then I come to see old Mr. Yang. There's nothing wrong with my etiquette." Old Yang did not continue drinking. He found a rope from somewhere and tied the wine jug to his waist. He took a puff of his pipe and smiled. Entering the mountains and entering the lakes, drawing talismans to intimidate people. But I don't know if you're drawing talismans or talismans of immortals. The young man withdrew his hand, leaned forward slightly, and said with a smile, "No matter how old Mr. Yang and Master Ruon misunderstand, I promise that after greeting the two of you, we won't have any more interactions. If there really is any, I'm afraid it's just the establishment of the Xiing Wong Pavilion. I'm temporarily in charge, so I'll have some contact with the two of you. As for the Wenchang Pavilion and the Marshal Saint Temple, I don't care. I'm only in charge of the Xiing Wong Pavilion, which is the size of a sesame seed. According to the sayings of the marketplace, within the boundaries of a county, the county magistrate had full authority over all affairs of the Yang realm. As for the high and mighty clay statue of Lord Xiing Wong, he was actually responsible for keeping an eye on the night and otherworldly items under his jurisdiction. Master Yuan frowned. Was he a consecrator of the Dali Imperial Court's Ministry of Rites? Or was he a qi cultivator from Qintianjian? However, regardless of whether his roots were in the Ministry of Rites, Qintianjian, or somewhere in the Dali Imperial Palace, since he could stand so boldly at the peak of Porcelain Mountain, he must be at least a cultivator who stood on the 10th floor of the highest level of the Middle Five Realms. Therefore, this young man was definitely not a young man. The delicate and pretty cultivator with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows looked at Old Yang and said, "Old mister, I have to say this first. It's better to be safe than sorry." Old Yang took a deep puff of his pipe, but in the end, he only spat out an extremely fine wisp of smoke. Moreover, it quickly dissipated between heaven and earth without a sound. The cultivator, who looked like a delicate and pretty young man, still had his hands in his sleeves, but his sleeves moved slightly. He seemed to be making gestures with his 10 fingers. Master Yuan sighed heavily. "For my sake, the two of you should let it go. Otherwise, if the three of us fight, do you really want to destroy this area?" The young man immediately took his hands out of his sleeves and raised them high. He was very suspicious of changing his mind according to the wind. He smiled and said, "I have no problem." Old Yang sniffed. 2 wisps of imperceptible purple smoke quickly flew into the old man's nose. The old man sneered and said, "You know a lot." The young man reached out and pinched his nose. "Not too much, not too little. For example, I only know that I should call you Qing. Mr. First, not Mr. Yang." The young man deliberately left out a word. It was not a joke or fun, but at the moment when he was about to blurt out the word, he really felt the old man's killing intent. It was resolute and decisive, so he chose to take a step back temporarily. The young man leaned back and said with a smile, "Let's part ways here. I hope we won't meet again. The road of the sun, the bridge of a single log, or the gate of hell. Let's go our own way and show each of our abilities." The young man in green who fell back disappeared without a trace. Yuan Cheng said in a low voice, "He might be in the upper 5 realms." Old Yang sneered and said, "Don't make a fuss. You, Yuan Cheng, are also in the upper 5 realms. No matter how small the Eastern Aquarius continent is, it is still one of the 9 continents. Not to mention the 11th and 12th floors, even the Qi refinement warriors of the 13th floor have a chance to appear." Yuan Cheng was not relaxed. He shook his head and said, "After all, I have just ascended to the 11th floor. My realm is not stable yet. Although I am from the military school and am good at attacking and killing, but," the old man shook his head and turned to leave. He held the pipe in his hand and puffed out smoke. "You should be content. There are more than 10 million cultivators in the world. Cultivators from the 10th floor are already rare, let alone those from the upper 5 realms. In the end, you are afraid of that person, but that person is also afraid of you. Porcelain clashing with jade, both of you are actually guilty." Yuan Cheng thought about it and agreed. He was not the kind of person to get into a dead end. He might as well not bother about the background of that strange young man. It would be best if both parties could mind their own business. Harmony breeds wealth. With a loud bang, Yuan Cheng's figure soared into the sky. After reaching the sea of clouds, he quickly fell to the bank of the stream. Old Yang, who was leisurely walking back to the small town, smiled. "Young people are full of vigor." A young man in green walked in the alley of the small town and muttered, "There is a night curfew, a night watchman, and a market. There are many things waiting to be done. Our district magistrate is going to be busy." The delicate and pretty young man with a mole between his eyebrows gently twirled a bunch of old keys and walked into an alley called Erlang Alley. It was next to Apricot Blossom Alley. It was said that there were 2 powerful people in this alley, but who they were and what they did, no one could say. Over time, it became a topic for the old people to talk about under the old locust tree. Now that the old locust tree had fallen, The town's popularity seemed to have decreased a lot. The children did not feel much, but the young people felt that their horizons were broadened. It was good to have a large open space. Only the nostalgic old people would occasionally sigh. There were no rich people living in Erlang Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. It was not enough to compare to the rich, but it was more than enough to compare to the poor. For example, the people near Mud Bottle Alley could not raise their heads when they saw the people in these two alleys. Granny Ma and her grandson Ma Kushwan lived in Apricot Blossom Alley. In the small town, their family was considered to be very well off. The young man stopped at the door of a house. There were two new painted door gods on the door. The young man looked up at one of the silver-armored door gods holding a short halberd. It was majestic, with one leg up and a golden rooster standing on one leg. The young man smiled and said, "Returning home in silk clothes is nothing more than this." The young man opened the door and entered. It was a small but exquisite house. There was a square patio above his head and a pool on the ground. The ventilation was excellent. There was a beauty lounge on the second floor, suitable for stargazing at night and snow in winter. The young man was very satisfied and muttered, "Not bad, not bad. It's a good place to cultivate." The young man moved a carved wooden chair and sat next to the pool. He shook his sleeves and a large pile of broken porcelain slid out. The pieces were as big as a fist and as small as a grain of rice. There were countless pieces. In the end, it was full. It was estimated that a basket would not be able to hold them. All of them were suspended above the pool under the patio. This move was worthy of the name Heaven and Earth in one's sleeves. The young man looked around, rubbed his eyebrows, and said to himself, "Where should I start? It's you." Finally, he saw the most eye-catching piece of red porcelain. With a slight movement of his mind, it flew out of the pile of porcelain and quietly stopped in the air a foot in front of him. After that, pieces of porcelain flew out from the small mountain and came to the young man. Then, he gently placed them somewhere. It was like piecing together a piece of porcelain. The next day, at the blacksmith shop, Ron Xiu gave Chen Pingan two maps. One was old and yellowed. On the map, there were undulating mountains, but the names of the mountains were A1, B3, and so on. On the new map, which was still suffused with the fragrance of ink, there were also names such as Dragon Spine Mountain, Zhenju Mountain, and Shinshou Mountain, which were not so boring. Finally, there was an additional Longquan County of Great Li. Ruan Xiu pointed at the names of the places and mountains and explained and introduced them to Chen Pingan one by one. Finally, she reminded him, although the two maps only look like a fingernail offset, when you enter the mountains, you will find that there may be a gap of several miles. Because when Dragon Pearl Cave fell on the ground of Dali, the ground shook violently. Some of the mountains that were not firmly rooted collapsed at that time. At the same time, there will be many accidents on the road ahead. You must be careful. Chen Pingan carefully put away the two maps and finally carried a basket on his back. It was similar to the last time when he brought Chen Dui and the others into the mountains. He apologized to Ron Xiu. "This time, I will try to walk to the area of Tiandeng Mountain and Hungming Peak on the map. I estimate that it will take at least half a month and at most a month to return here." Ron Xiu whispered, "So long? Then how will the food you brought be enough?" Chen Pingan held back his laughter. "I am used to living in the mountains. I can eat all kinds of wild animals and fruits. I can also find them. I promise that I will not starve myself." Ruan Xiu nodded and smiled. "My father promised to lend you more than 10 taels of silver. After you leave the mountains, I will definitely give it to you." Chen Pingan thought about it and decided to tell the truth. "Miss Ruan, don't make yourself suffer. I can find a way to get the money. You can't really persist for 10 days to half a month and not eat the snacks of the shop, right?" Ruan Xiu's face turned red. She did not understand how he knew the truth. Chen Pingan was a little helpless. He smiled and did not speak. He thought that with Master Ruan's bad temper, it would be strange if he was willing to lend him money. So it was not that he had a good eye, but Miss Ruan, your concealment was not good enough. Chen Pingan saw that she was a little disappointed and quickly comforted her. "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your kindness." "Thank you." Ruan Xiu pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly said, I will send you off. Chen Pinggan had already left in large strides. He turned his head and waved his hand. No need. I am very familiar with the road. I can walk with my eyes closed. The ponytailed girl softly said, "Oh." Then she waved goodbye to him. After Chen Pinggan walked out of the shop of the Wan family, he followed the stream and ran upstream. Chen Pinggan was not interested in the few mountains near the town. Although they were not big and the prices were not expensive, he did not want to buy them here. It was too close to the town and he could not be in the limelight. Moreover, Master Wan had said a few words before. True Earth Mountain, Yuanmu Peak, and a few other peaks, the foundations of the mountains were originally not bad. Unfortunately, after so many years, almost all of them had been hollowed out. Therefore, they were just a few embroidered pillows. He had to keep going west until he reached the Zhengzhou mountain. Chen Pinggan walked for an entire day and night. During this time, he only rested for less than 4 hours. Finally, he climbed to the top of a small hill. He took a deep breath. His lungs were filled with the fragrance of the wild grass. The straw sandals youth puffed out his chest and heavily stomped his feet. He heroically said, "This is mine." 78. 5 days had passed and the sun was setting in the west. Chen Pinggan had finally climbed the Turtle Head Peak on the new map of the government. Within a radius of 10 li, this peak stood out and towered into the clouds. Chen Pinggan gnawed on a hard dry biscuit and sat on the branch of an old pine tree that stretched out over the cliff. The cool breeze blew, causing the hair on the young man's temples to flutter. The wicker basket had already been placed under the tree. Chen Pinggan was not brave enough to climb a tree with a wicker basket on his back. In the past, the young man had only regarded climbing as an arduous task and always wanted to follow old man Yao's footsteps. Unlike now, when he was tired, he would stop and take a good look at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance. Moreover, many of the sceneries that made Chen Pinggan gasp in amazement belonged to the mountains that were sealed off by the Dali imperial court. The young man could only follow the taciturn old man and take a detour. The Turtle Head Peak was one of them. Along the way, Chen Pinggan saw many unfamiliar and magnificent scenes. There were layers upon layers of waterfalls that hung a small rainbow after the rain. The young man seemed to be able to reach out and hug it and bring it home for his collection. There were tens of thousands of birds that gathered on the steep cliff, strung together like snow-white curtains hanging on the wall. There was a dangerous peak with only one steep path leading to the top. Finally, he suddenly stepped into a large stone platform. His vision suddenly opened up and he could not help but hold his breath. At night, the young man put on a shirt and fell asleep with his back against the wicker basket. It was as if he could hear the whispers of the immortals in the sky. After trekking for 3 days, Chen Pinggan finally arrived at the Shinshu mountain that Master Wan had mentioned. In the 2 directions of the north and west, separated by about 10 li, there was the Tiandeng mountain and the Hungming peak respectively. They formed a triangle with the Shinshu peak, like 3 giants standing on each side. According to the map, there were 5 mountains of various sizes within 100 miles of this one peak and 2 mountains. The smaller ones were the Iridescent Clouds Peak and the Immortal Grass Mountain, while the larger ones were the Lampwick Platform, the Yellow Lake Mountain, and the Treasure Perch Mountain. Before Chen Pinggan came to the Shinshu mountain, he had been to the Immortal Grass Mountain and the Lampwick Dais. The Immortal Grass Mountain was only slightly bigger than the Zhengzhou mountain. Although the mountain was shorter, the vegetation was exceptionally lush and there were many towering trees. As for the Yellow Lake Mountain, it should be because there was a small lake halfway up the mountain. From afar, the lake was yellowish, but from close up, it was extremely clear. However, apart from this small lake, Chen Pinggan felt that the Yellow Lake Mountain was much worse than the Shinshu mountain under his feet. Chen Pinggan spent the next 4 days wandering around the spiritual Grace Mountain's Hungming Peak and finally chose 3 peaks: Immortal Grass Mountain, Treasure Stem Mountain, and Rosy Clouds Peak. Immortal Grass Mountain was small, Treasure Stem Mountain was large, and Rosy Clouds Peak was tall. Out of the 3, the Treasure Book Mountain took Chen Pinggan the most time. It could really be said that the clouds were deep, the mountains were high, and the rivers were long. Among the many mountains that Chen Pinggan had visited, Its scale was second only to the cloud-covering mountain and the spiritual grace mountain. However, Chen Pinggan was somewhat puzzled. The Treasure Perch Mountain was such a large territory, and it was also close to the Hungming Peak. Moreover, even a layman like Chen Pinggan could feel the beautiful scenery of this mountain. Why didn't Master Wan give up the Lampwick Mountain and choose the Treasure Perch Mountain? Chen Pinggan estimated that the 3 peaks that he had chosen would cost him about 45 gold essence copper coins. For the remaining 35 gold essence copper coins, 1 winter jasmine coin would be used for the Zhengzhou Mountain. There would be a total of 34 gold essence copper coins left, which was enough for Chen Pinggan to generously buy a real big mountain. After all, Master Wan had said that even the Dry Spring Mountain Range, the Burning Incense Mountain Range, and the Spiritual Grace Mountain Range were only 25 to 30 gold essence copper coins. Master Wan had also revealed a heavenly secret, saying that in the future, within a radius of 1,000 miles, the Dali Imperial Court would confer 1 mountain great god, 3 mountain deities, and 1 river deity. Ruan Xiu had also explained in detail the next day. The so-called mountain deity was a suitable candidate chosen by the court's Ministry of Rites. It could be a local famous historical figure, or a meritorious general who had died in battle. Then, Emperor Dali would recognize and appoint him as the mountain deity. He would use a special red brush to officially write the mountain and river genealogy records. After a ceremony of burning incense and offering sacrifice, the implication was that he was the son of heaven, who was patrolling the mortal world on behalf of the heavens. After that, Qintianjian would make the golden note and jade spy and hand it to the imperial tutor to write the imperial edict himself. Then, he would send someone to bury it at the foot of the mountain. Finally, the government would ask someone to create a golden clay statue and enshrine it in the mountain deity temple. That mountain deity would have the right to openly enjoy the people's incense, protect the creatures in the mountain range, and suppress, subdue, or expel all kinds of ghosts and otherworldly items that crossed the border. Chen Pinggan didn't have extravagant hopes that there would be a mountain deity guarding the 3 mountains near the spiritual grace mountain that he had chosen. Instead, he placed his hope on the big mountain that cost the most money. In this way, the main family business would be protected by Master Wan for the next 300 years. If he could invite a mountain deity to guard the lonely mountain far away from here, it would undoubtedly make Chen Pinggan feel more relieved. As for the small Zhengzhou mountain that was only worth 1 winter jasmine coin, it was estimated that other than Chen Pinggan, no one would take a fancy to it. At this time, Chen Pinggan was sitting on the big rock cliff at the top of the iridescent cloud's peak. In front of him was a brand new map of Dallas Dragon Spring. The youth had already memorized the names and geographical locations of those mountains, but he still couldn't make up his mind to buy the last mountain. The straw sandals youth held his cheeks with both hands and frowned. His body gently swayed back and forth. The youth's thoughts wandered thousands of miles away. What could he do after buying the mountain? Chen Pinggan actually didn't know in his heart. However, as long as he thought about how he would always be the nominal owner of those 5 mountains for the next 300 years, this in itself was already a very happy thing. He could first get a wife, start a family, and then pass it on to his children. In the future, his children would pass it on to their children. It turned out that although the matter of getting a wife wasn't an urgent matter, he still needed to think about it. Thinking of this, Chen Pinggan, who was laughing foolishly, suddenly came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. Chen Pinggan fell back. He was a little sleepy and wanted to take a short nap. After an unknown period of time, Chen Pinggan opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. He could even dream in broad daylight. It turned out that this was the 3rd time he had bumped into that white-robed man. The first time was on the covered bridge, the second time was under the stone arch bridge, and this time was at the top of the mountain. The tall white-robed man bathed in the snow-white light this time was sitting cross-legged less than 2 feet away from Chen Pinggan. However, Chen Pinggan couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Chen Pinggan felt that it wasn't a good idea to be so alarmed. He mustered up his courage and carefully opened his mouth to speak. "Senior," smack. In the next moment, Chen Pinggan felt as if he had been slapped in the face by a cow's tail when he was young. Chen Pinggan, who seemed to have woken up from a dream, suddenly sat up and found that he was sitting in his original position. He looked around and didn't find anything strange. However, when he touched his cheek, it really did hurt. The youth couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. He could only scratch his head blankly. 79. Before Chen Pinggan left the mountain, he had already sensed the earth-shaking changes in the town. Other than the dust that was flying everywhere when he looked at the town from the top of the Dijon mountain, he also saw almost 100 young and strong men in the area of the distant Mu Peak. Most of them were kill workers. They had outstanding physical strength and were hardworking. They were cutting giant trees in full swing. Chen Pinggan went over and found an acquaintance who used to work in the same kill. After asking, he found out that the small town was going to build 4 big buildings in one go: the county office, the Wenchang Pavilion, the Marshal Saint Temple, and the City God Temple. The leader was a young new supervisor named Wu Yuan. As for the county magistrate title, the people in the small town didn't know what kind of official position it was and what kind of place the county office was. They didn't care about it either. They only knew that they had a temporary iron rice bowl and the salary was very attractive. Compared to working in the dragon kill, they had more profits. Before the kill work was cut off and the kill fire was extinguished, the young and strong kill workers had to work in the fields all year round. It was not easy for them to feed their families, let alone earn a few copper coins. So now the people in the town were excited and regarded Lord Wu Yuan as the god of wealth. Moreover, compared to the younger generation or even 2 generations of Sir Wu, the rich old masters of the 4 surnames and 10 clans who lived in seclusion behaved especially respectfully. Their words even revealed the intimacy between officials and commoners. As for the more subtle looks in their eyes, they hid the intention of flattery. The people of the small town were not blind. Even if they were frogs at the bottom of a well, their ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. Now the county magistrate, Wu Yuan, asked the family heads of the 4 families and 10 clans to hire 500 to 600 young and strong men in the town to cut trees and carry them out of the mountain. For this purpose, Yuan Mufeng Peak had a special slide. Because many of the giant trees used as pillars were too time-consuming to be carried down the mountain by people's shoulders, they could put them in the slide. A big tree would slide to the foot of the mountain by itself. However, in this way, Yuan Mufeng Peak seemed to have a scar on its face. Other than going into the mountains, they also went into the water. Many of the men in the small town worked hard to pick up sand and stones from the small stream. They chose the east gate of the small town as the location for the county office. They demolished Zheng Dafeng's yellow mud hut and rebuilt the foundation. Even the wooden gate, which had endured countless storms, was completely dismantled. When Chen Pinggan left the mountain, he did not choose the winding mountain path. Instead, he stepped directly on the rocks of the stream and jumped downstream. This could save a lot of time. Some townspeople were not surprised to see a young man with a basket on his back. Most of them knew that there was an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley who was good at picking herbs and burning charcoal since he was a child. Once he entered the mountain, he was like a monkey and no one could catch up with him. Chen Pinggan stopped at the confluence of the 2 streams. It turned out that if he walked down another 20 feet, there was a rocky cliff with potholes. A group of people gathered there. On the shore and on a blue stone protruding out of the water near the cliff, there stood a tall and sturdy young man. There was a golden silk scabbard hanging from their waists. They wore neat black robes with a layer of blue gauze on the outside. Their hair was tied up with a hairpin. Both of them exuded a fierce aura. The moment the straw sandal boy appeared, the 2 men suddenly turned their eyes and stared at Chen Pinggan, who appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were already on the hilts of their swords. Chen Pinggan, who was carrying a basket of herbs, stood motionless. His expression was as usual. The young man had gone through 2 battles with Cai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua. He had been chased by the mountain guardian apes of Zhengyang Mountain. Finally, he had to catch and kill Ma Kushuan, who was his age, in the immortal tomb. His opponents were either high and mighty immortals, or battle-hardened mutants of the great wilderness, or the lucky ones blessed by heaven. However, Chen Pinggan still survived in the end. Therefore, the gloomy eyes of the 2 men with swords could make the townspeople tremble in fear, but they could not make Chen Pingan feel too emotional. However, Chen Pingan did not want to complicate matters. Just as he was about to walk to the shore and return to the town along the mountain path by the stream, he saw a young man who was surrounded by many people. The young man smiled and said something to the squire standing in the stream. The squire immediately let go of the hilt of his sword. The young man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. He was actually half a head taller than the two squires with swords. His skin was as fair as a woman's, and his face was slightly feminine. He waved at Chen Pingan and changed into the local dialect of the town. With a gentle expression, he said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You can continue on your original path. We are not bad people." The dialect of the town was a little obscure, but Chen Pingan heard it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Pingan smiled at the tall man and pointed to the shore, indicating that he would go ashore soon and would not disturb their conversation. Without waiting for the man to say anything, Chen Pingan made a few vigorous leaps and landed on the shore without any hesitation. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest path where the shade was getting thicker. The man who looked like a woman retracted his hand resentfully. The squires around him tried to hold back their laughter. The man said awkwardly, "That young herb gatherer has good skills. See, I told you that this place is full of outstanding people. So, don't complain that this place is not as prosperous as the capital. A small place has its own unique taste." It would have been better if he had not said it. The official's words immediately caused a burst of unrestrained laughter. The tall man was Wu Yuan, the god of fortune in the eyes of the people in the town. He was the supervisor of the kill and also the first county magistrate of Longquan. Facing the ridicule of his subordinates, he was not angry. After sitting down, he continued the previous topic: Longquan County Office, Wenchang Pavilion, Martial Saint Temple, and City God Temple. Just the plaques alone would need at least 15 or 16 pieces. His Majesty is happy that the Dragon Pearl Cave fell steadily this time and smoothly connected with Dallas territory. It maintained 70 to 80% of the geographical landscape, and there was no big change. Therefore, he was very happy and gave a plaque to Wenchang Pavilion with the words "Revisiting the Old and Learning the New." When Wu Yuan said this, an elegant young man smiled and said, "Sir Wu, didn't you ask His Majesty for a calligraphy piece for our county office?" Wu Yuan sighed and said, "Of course I did. How could I not ask?" But His Majesty did not agree. "What can I do? We can't blame His Majesty for this. After all, it's just a small county office. If His Majesty's golden pen imperial bestowal, how can so many county governors and provincial governors live? Do I still want to work in the officialdom in the future?" Everyone smiled knowingly. Wu Yuan comforted everyone. Fortunately, Mr. Liu and Grand Chancellor Qi of the Directorate have both agreed. When the time comes, they will send 2 sets of plaques to be hung in the county office and Martial Saint Temple respectively. The problem now is that Wenchang Pavilion still lacks 3 plaques and City God Temple also lacks 2 plaques. Why don't all of you think of a way? Do you really want me to pick up the brush myself? That's my earthworm-like calligraphy. Even my Mr. feels despair. Of course, if you don't find it embarrassing, I don't mind. The only chance in my life to make my calligraphy piece into a plaque has finally come. That young man with an extraordinary temperament thought for a moment. Then I'll write a letter to my grandfather. My grandfather has a good relationship with that reclusive Mr. Bai Chiu. I'll see if I can think of a way to win glory for our Lord Wu. Wu Yuan patted his shoulder. Then I'll leave my face to you. If the plaque isn't enough, the county magistrate's face will be thrown to the ground and can't be picked up. At that time, I'll hold you responsible. The young man's face stiffened. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. The rest of the colleagues who were around the same age all showed sympathetic expressions. Our Lord Wu's personality was famous for climbing up the pole. He dared to open the capital's largest dye factory just by giving him a little face. Do you dare to compete with him to see whose face is thicker? These young men who didn't have a strong official aura all had an official position that was popular in the northern dynasty of the eastern bottle continent. They were secretaries. This official position was divided into civil and military officials. The civil secretary was like a strategist who would give advice to the chief strategist and solve problems. The military secretaries were the two muscular young men with golden sabers hanging from their waists. They served as the chief strategist's personal retainers and were responsible for the chief's safety. However, the position of secretaries belonged to the class of officials who weren't included in the imperial court. When the children of aristocratic families became officials, they were usually hired by their families to serve as civil and military secretaries. Of course, the imperial court also had a quota. The number of people could range from 2 to 20, and all of them could receive Dallas' salary. Wu Yuan was from a poor family and couldn't afford to hire secretaries. These civil secretaries were all assigned by the imperial court. However, Longquan County was only a large county in Dallas territory. It wasn't even a county. Originally, only one civil and military secretary could be assigned to each. However, the two military secretaries who had golden sabers hanging from their sheaths were clearly Dali military experts who had obtained outstanding merits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to hang such sabers. In fact, the fact that Wu Yuan could be the first official of Longquan County in Dali was enough to explain many problems. The young county magistrate's teacher was Dali imperial tutor, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. His future father-in-law was a pillar of the state who had spent half his life on the battlefield of Dali. After joking, Wu Yuan said seriously, "These 4 buildings already have a lot of work." Moreover, the location of the Immortal's tomb and the old porcelain mountain were all perfunctorily handled by the sage Wan tutor and the 4 families and 10 clans gathered in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Obviously, it won't be smooth from here on. However, the real big and troublesome thing is that the Ministry of Rights of the Imperial Court, Qintianjian, and the Academy will gather here to carry out the imperial bestowal of the god of mountain and river. If it wasn't for the fact that the god of mountain received too much resistance and made His Majesty hesitate, even His Majesty would come to our Longquan County in person. Wu Yuan saw that each of their faces was more serious than the other. She took out a dry biscuit and took a bite. She joked casually, "Whether the temple of the god of mountain can be built on the Padding Cloud Mountain in our territory and become the new North Peak of Dali is really not something we can interfere with. We are just small fish and shrimps in the county government. So, don't worry about the central officials while eating the dry biscuit. Let those officials in yellow and purple do what they want." The mood of the people around was slightly better. Wu Yuan silently nibbled on the dry biscuit. She hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, "There is a piece of news, both good and bad. After the fall of the Lu dynasty, how to settle the survivors of the perished country has always been a big problem. Our Longquan County will receive 5,000 to 10,000 felons. There will be all kinds of felons. Therefore, Dallas military will strictly supervise all the way and be responsible for the migration of these felons. For us, this move has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Longquan County finally has the embryonic form of a big county. The disadvantage is that it will make it more difficult for us, who are not familiar with the place, to start. We have to work hard to win over those local bullies who choose to stay in the town." The young man who was born in an aristocratic family but became a secretary asked, "Can we divide those big clans and govern them?" Wu Yuan shook her head without hesitation and said, "It's difficult. We've just arrived. Who's willing to believe us?" Wu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Instead of trying to be clever and alerting the enemy, it's better to take it slow. We've come to this place with an extremely complicated history. Naturally, all of you want to follow me to seek a bright future. However, we have to be clear about one thing. Only great trials under great difficulties can be exchanged for great wealth. Therefore, if any of you want to be promoted and become rich in 1 or 2 years, I think you can turn around and leave now. I, Wu Yuan, will pay for your travel expenses." The 6 civil and military secretaries looked determined, none of them had any intention of backing down. Wu Yuan said softly, remember, don't act rashly." This was definitely not Wu Yuan's empty words. Not long after he entered the town, he had suffered a loss. At that time, Dallas official forces had been sent to suppress the Purple Mist River Chi refinement warrior. It was Wu Yuan who had acted willfully and risked being questioned by the imperial court. He had acted first and reported later in an attempt to break the deadlock and win Master Wan's favor. Then, he had used the saint's influence to suppress the 4 families and 10 clans in the town. The truth proved that His Majesty did not pursue the matter. However, Master Wan's reaction at that time made Wu Yuan sweat profusely. He wanted to slap himself hard. Someone asked curiously, "Those convicts of the remnant people will be used as coolies for the Qi refinement warriors to help open up the barren mountains?" Wu Yuan nodded and said, "Other than that, the imperial court will also let the Qi refinement warriors drive 2 young golden thread apes over. Together with the Taoist talisman sect's shelling warriors and mountain-splitting puppets, we'll strive to open up the 60 over mountains within 10 years. There will be Taoist temples, pavilions, terraces, and everything else." The young people around Wu Yuan all looked fascinated. On the other side of the town, tall buildings were everywhere. In the depths of the mountains, there were many immortal mansions. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. No words were needed. As the first batch of officials in the history of Dallas Longquan County, they were destined to be recorded in history. How could they not work together and serve Wu Yuan, who was destined to have a bright future? At the peak of Mount Xingyun, a handsome young man with a mole between his brows waved his sleeves casually. The sea of clouds halfway up the mountain was parted to the left and right. He tried his best to look into the distance. At the end of his vision, an ox cart and a horse carriage appeared. He smiled happily and said, "Let's bet, let's bet. Qi Jing Chun, if I win this bet, then the 2 incense sticks that you painstakingly left behind will be completely cut off." How pitiful, how pitiful. The young man pinched a seal with 2 fingers. The seal script was the world's welcoming spring. The smiling young man suddenly exerted force with 2 fingers. The seal cracked and turned into fine powder, quickly dissipating into the world. The reason why the seal was crushed so easily was because of the true meaning of the 4 words. It was like a person's heart was disheartened and extremely disappointed. Therefore, it had already dissipated by itself. He quickly retracted his gaze. Finally, he saw a young man carrying a wicker basket, walking towards the town alone. 80. After Chen Pinggan left the mountain, he first went to the blacksmith shop. When he walked across the stone arch bridge, the youth put his palms together and walked quickly with his head lowered. His expression was extremely solemn and sincere as he muttered, "Old immortal, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't hit me. If you have any requests, you can come to me in my dreams at night. It's best if you don't do it in broad daylight. I'm really a little scared." Fortunately, when he reached the other end of the stone bridge, Chen Pinggan was safe and sound. The youth immediately beamed with joy and went to find Master Ruan and Ruan Xiu. The youth did not know the taste of worry. Ruan Qiong was still entertaining Chen Pinggan under the roof. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Ruan Xiu stood behind her father, her face full of unconcealable joy. When Ruan Qiong saw the dust-covered youth carefully put the basket in front of him, he gently took out the cloth bag that contained the 2 maps of mountains and rivers from under the half-basket of herbs. When he handed it to him, he said guiltily, "When I was climbing Mount Lantern, the mountain path was blocked by a large waterfall. I found a place near the deep pool under the waterfall to hide the basket and built a small tree stand to block the wind and rain. I didn't expect that not long after I climbed to the top of the waterfall, it would rain heavily. The rain was really too heavy. When I hurried down, the tree stand had already collapsed. The basket and the cotton bag were soaked by the rain." Ruan Qiong opened the cloth bag and the butter paper and found that the 2 maps were almost in perfect condition. The damage was negligible. Besides, it was only 2 copies of the maps. Therefore, the Bureau of Kill Affairs and the Longquan County government had no intention of taking them back. However, Ruan Qiong was not willing to comfort the youth with this truth. He glanced at the uneasy Chen Pinggan standing in front of him and asked, "During a rainstorm, climbing up and down the Longqiu waterfall on Mount Lantern, are you courting death?" Chen Pinggan smiled and did not speak. Ruan Qiong waved his hand, indicating for the youth to sit back down and not be an eyesore standing in front of him. Chen Pinggan sat back on the lovely emerald green bamboo chair. When he returned the 2 maps to Master Ruan, He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If he had not been afraid of ruining the 2 precious maps, he would have been able to save at least 3 or 4 days on this trip. Moreover, they had depended on each other for so long. The young man, who had always been nostalgic, actually felt a little reluctant to part with the 2 maps deep in his heart. Every time the weather was clear, Chen Pinggan liked to choose a place with the widest field of vision and then spread out the 2 maps. He would raise his eyes to look at the mountains and rivers in the distance and then retract his gaze to look at the maps. For more than half a month, Chen Pinggan had never felt so fulfilled. Ruan Ting suddenly tossed the 2 maps to Chen Pinggan. "The chair is not bad. I'll make 2 more later. The maps are your reward. I'll give them to you." Although Ruan Ting still did not like this youth from Clay Bottle Alley, Ruan Ting would not completely reject Chen Pinggan because of this. Ruan Ting could completely imagine the scene. In a torrential downpour, the thin youth burned with anxiety as he followed the waterfall down, only to look at the maps to be at ease. Of course, in Ruan Ting's eyes, this kind of behavior was not heroic at all. On the contrary, it was very rigid and pedantic. To be honest, compared to this miserable young man, Ruan Tong admired Song Jisin, the Prince of Great Li, who knew how to judge the situation at a young age, or Liu Xianyang, who was cheerful and had nothing to worry about. Even Ma Kuxuan, who showed off his ability, had a lot of redeeming qualities. Even Zhao Yaro, who had been following Qi Jingchun since childhood, was not as rigid and unenlightened as Chen Pinggan. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind and found an excuse to give the maps to Chen Pinggan was because he was determined to draw a clear line between him and this youth. The blacksmith shop could accept him as a sword-forging apprentice, but he would definitely not become his first disciple. In the future, he would follow his promise and protect the mountain he bought, but this kid would definitely not want to have anything to do with his daughter. In the end, Ruan Ting did not look down on Chen Pinggan because of his background. It was because their paths were different and they could not work together. Ruan Ting's disciple had to be someone who walked the same path as him. The 2 of them were teachers and friends who could work together to create 1,000 years of prosperity for the sect. Therefore, it was extremely important for their temperament to be compatible. Chen Pinggan naturally did not know that Master Ruan's thoughts had taken such a big detour. The youth only took the map and hugged it to his chest. He asked, "Will the supervisor at the Yamen have any thoughts?" Ruan Ting sneered. "At least for the next 60 years, I will be the emperor of this Longquan County. Therefore, my rules are the most important." Ruan Xiu muttered, "Father, how can there be someone who flatters himself like you?" Ruan Ting turned a deaf ear to his daughter's understatement. He said to Chen Pinggan in a deep voice, "Let's talk about business. Which 5 mountains did you choose in the end?" Chen Pinggan subconsciously sat up straight. "Around the Shenxiu Mountain, I chose 3 mountains: Treasure Stem Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain." Ruan Ting nodded. "You have a good eye. Treasure Stem Mountain occupies a large area and ranks among the best of the 60 or so mountains. Moreover, it is not an empty shell. If it were not for the consideration of the great mountain protecting formation in the future, I would have given up Hungming Peak and chosen Treasure Stem Mountain. After all, in these 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, unless there is a mountain god overseeing or a secret treasure hidden, whoever occupies a larger territory and has more spiritual energy will definitely have an advantage. Immortal Grass Mountain is the only feng shui treasure land that has a chance of giving birth to a plant spirit. Unfortunately, the place is really too small. Even if one appears, its foundation and appearance should not be too good. The reason is very simple. How can a small pond raise a great flood dragon? As for Rosy Clouds Peak, it is relatively ordinary. Apart from its high terrain and beautiful scenery, it does not have many benefits for cultivation. Unless you have the ability to obtain cloud root stones from Yunxia Mountain and place them in the aperture points of several mountain ranges on Rosy Clouds Peak, then it might be a good deal. You haven't seen the lake on Yellow Lake Mountain? Ruan Ting's last question stunned Chen Pinggan. I have. Continue. What are the other 2 mountains? Ruan Ting did not continue the previous topic. It could be considered that he had done his duty and did not continue to reveal the secrets. It was because the small lake on Yellow Lake Mountain was similar to Immortal Grass Mountain. The difference was that there was a chance for a plant spirit to appear in Immortal Grass Mountain, while there was a python as thick as the mouth of a well in Yellow Lake Mountain. It was a veritable local snake, but unfortunately, it was defeated in the battle for water with a certain little loach and lost the opportunity of Great Dow that was close at hand. However, the wonder of Great Dow was that it did not cut off all paths. The golden carp that was captured by the Dragon King's basket to the Great Sway Kingdom, the fire dragon that turned into the bracelet on Wan Xiu's wrist, the loach next to Liu Jimao, the wooden dragon that was the finishing touch of Zhao Yao, and the yellow four-legged snake that followed Wang Zhu at all costs. Those 5 little things were the 5 great opportunities that Li Xiaozhu's heavenly abode had accumulated before it was about to die after 3,000 years. As for the sword-nourishing gourd, demon-revealing mirror, and other magical treasures and spiritual artifacts, they were certainly not bad, but they were still much inferior to the 5 living blessings and destinies. The giant python on Yellow Lake Mountain, on the other hand, had benefited from the disaster. No opponent within 1,000 kilometers could compete with it, and it had become the dominator of a region. In the future, once the mountain god and river god settled in, as long as the giant python was tactful, it could be recruited by one of them and obtain the protection of the Dali Imperial Court. Perhaps it would have a smooth path from then on and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Chen Pinggan said, "I plan to buy Jinju Mountain and Luopa Mountain." Ruan Feng was stunned and asked curiously, "Jinju Mountain is fine. It's only the price of a winter jasmine. It can be said that it's a treasure that can't be bought with money. But how did you take a fancy to Luopa Mountain? Logically speaking, this mountain is located at the southwest border of Dallas Longquan County. According to your itinerary, you definitely haven't been there. It used to be a forbidden mountain in Dali. How did you choose it based on its name?" Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed and was unwilling to say the reason. At that time, Chen Pinggan spread out the map and hesitated on which mountain to choose. In the end, a flying bird flew over his head and actually pooped on the map. Chen Pinggan hurriedly wiped it clean and found that the position of the poop just happened to be on the 3 words Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan didn't think much and resolutely chose Luopa Mountain, regardless of whether the mountain's name was unlucky or not. Old Man Yarrow once said that there were gods between mountains and rivers. Therefore, Chen Pinggan took it as a hint from the mountain god. Ruan Feng thought for a moment. It's not impossible to choose Luopa Mountain. Then it's settled. Luopa Mountain, Baozhu Mountain, Immortal Grass Mountain, Iridescent Cloud Peak, and Zhenju Mountain. 5 mountains, 300 years. During this time, even if you hollow out a mountain and move it away, no one will stop you. Everything produced on the mountain, whether it's plants, spiritual herbs, birds, or beasts, or even secret treasures obtained by chance, belongs to the name of the person who signed the contract of Dallas Mountains and Rivers. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Understood." Ruan Feng patiently said, "First, before you die, you must inform the Dali Imperial Court through Longquan County's Yamen that you need to change the name of one or some of the people who inherit the 5 mountains. Of course, Dallas Ministry of Revenue will store a secret file. You can write down a beneficiary of the inheritance under each of the 5 mountains under your name, in case you suddenly die one day and don't have time to make a will before you die. Another is that within 300 years, if you want to sell the mountains, it's not something you can decide at any time and place. You must get at least 3 nods from Dallas Yamen before the transaction can be realized. Moreover, I don't recommend you sell these mountains, because no matter how high you sell them, in the end, you will find that you have sold them at a loss." Although Ruan Qiong was a military saint who oversaw a region, he was discussing business with a young man who had suddenly become rich. It seemed absurd, but in fact, it was very reasonable. It involved the great cause of founding a sect and his daughter's opportunity to prove her Tao. Ruan Qiong had no choice but to persuade him earnestly. He wished he could break down the reason and explain the situation bit by bit to the young man in front of him. Ruan Qiong asked, "Chen Pinggan, do you have anything you want to ask?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled, "No." Ruan Qiong nodded and said, "Then that's it for now. I guess you still have some copper coins left." I'll help you pay attention to the shop transactions in the small town. You can also take the opportunity to make a move, but don't bite off more than you can chew. In the future, the small town will be a mix of good and bad people. Chen Ping'an's face turned slightly red. Thank you, Master Wan. Ruan Qiong laughed self-deprecatingly. A gentleman has virtue, a villain has soil. Chen Ping'an was somewhat puzzled, because he didn't understand what this sentence meant. Ruan Qiong waved his hand and chased him away. Go about your business. Don't worry about these useless things. Besides, you're still young. You haven't reached the stage where you can talk about breadth of mind and realm. Chen Ping'an stood up and carried the wicker basket on his back. Suddenly, he heard Ruan Qiong say something that didn't make sense. After Mr. Qi left, it's not a problem to occasionally miss Mr. Qi. It's human nature. But don't let yourself fall into it, and don't even think about getting to the bottom of it. When you buy 5 mountains and 1 or 2 shops, you can lie down comfortably and collect money. You can get married and have children. You can also be considered to have brought honor to your ancestors. Whether it's me, Ruan Qiong, or the Dali Imperial Court, we'll take care of you and your family business. Just like your name, being safe and sound is more important than anything else. Who knows, maybe one day your luck will change and you'll walk the path of cultivation. It's not like you don't have a chance. Chen Ping'an silently left. After the youth left the shop, Ruan Xiu sat on the bamboo chair and asked, Father, what did you mean by that sentence? Ruan Qiong said indifferently, it means that a villain whose thinking realm is inferior to a gentleman's will only think about obtaining a peaceful place. Ruan Xiu said strangely, what's wrong with that? Moving to a peaceful place, no one can find fault with it. How is that a villain? Who said this sentence? I don't think it makes sense. Ruan Qiong's face darkened. He said softly, that's why the scholarly sage said that where my heart is at peace is my home. Ruan Xiu said angrily, scholars are really annoying. They've said all the principles in the world. Ruan Qiong said earnestly, Xiu, this isn't a reason why you don't like to study. The ponytailed girl pretended to be surprised. She quickly stood up and said, Father, why do I suddenly have so much strength? I'm going to forge iron. Chen Ping'an rushed to the young family's shop and gave most of the basket of herbs to a shop assistant. After the weight was weighed, Chen Ping'an received 2 taels of silver. In fact, many of the rare herbs were given to the shop by Chen Ping'an. Some of the herbs that the young shop assistant couldn't recognize were actually important herbs that Old Yang valued. These flowers and plants were the truly valuable things. However, Chen Ping'an's trip to the mountains this time was to pick herbs. He didn't think of making money at all. In fact, after Chen Ping'an learned how to burn charcoal in the mountains, he almost always sold herbs to the shop assistant of the young family's shop. Except for selling to the honest man in the shop named Li the rest of the times he sold herbs, he lost money every time. Old Yang would never accept Chen Ping'an's herbs. If Chen Ping'an dared to give them to the shop for free, Old Yang would throw them out on the street. However, if he sold them to the shop assistant or the doctor, no matter how outrageous the price was, the eccentric Old Yang would ignore it. This time, Chen Ping'an didn't see Old Yang. After walking out of the shop, Chen Ping'an found that many people were discussing on the road. They said that something big had happened at the 12-legged crab memorial arch. It was said that the old supervisor, Lord Song, who had paid for the construction of the covered bridge before leaving his post, had returned to the small town in a grand manner. Furthermore, this time, he had used his status as a director of the Ministry of Rights to bring along a group of scholarly and awe-inspiring officials. He had taken a fancy to the words on the 4 signboards of the crab workshop. After all, they were all scholars, so it was understandable. However, for some reason, after the supervisor received the news, he immediately rushed into the mountains as if his butt was on fire. He notified Xiao Wu, who had originally planned on going to distant Screen Peak to check on the logging matter. Then, this god of wealth brought his advisors out of the mountains in an even more urgent manner to stop the old senior, Lord Song, and his group. With nothing to do, Chen Ping'an followed the flow of people to the memorial arch, standing far away from the crowd. He saw that under the 4 signboards of the memorial arch, there were 8 ladders. There were ladders on the left and right sides of each signboard. But at the moment, there were only 2 Confucian scholars of different ages standing on the left and right of the signboard. The older one had his head lowered, as if he was speaking harshly to someone at his feet, using the Dali official language to reprimand something. Someone patted Chen Pinggan on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Chen Pinggan, what a coincidence. You're also here to watch the show?" Chen Pinggan turned his head to look. It was the talkative youth with a small red mole between his eyebrows. He was really afraid of his long-winded chatter, so he said, "I'm just looking around. I don't seem to understand what they're saying. I'll go home immediately." The elegant youth smiled and said, "Don't. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. This matter is very interesting. If you miss it, you'll regret it in the future. Your Lord Wu Yuan, the parent official of this small town, is having a conflict with the masters from the Ministry of Rights, who are of a higher rank. The man standing on the stairs is the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, and he can be considered as an important minister of Great Li. On the other side, it's probably the experienced supervisor, Lord Song, who patted his chest to take credit for the plaque. He said that he would definitely keep the plaque for you. He wouldn't dare to say that he would send it back to your hometown, but he would definitely send it to the Ministry of Rights." Thus, he became a 5th-rank doctor. This time, the officials from the Ministry of Rights took advantage of the imperial conferment of the mountain god and river god to come over and take the plaque. On the other side, it's Lord Wu, who regarded all the treasures of the town as his own. When he heard that someone wanted to take away the few remaining treasures of the town, how could he agree? Taking a step back, even if he was willing to pinch his nose and endure this annoyance, he had to know that there were so many old foxes from the 4 families and 10 clans. They were all holding back and watching him make a fool of himself. If he pretended to be a grandson now, it would probably be very difficult for him to become a grandfather of those big clans in the future. The location of the civil and martial temples was originally not going well, so it would definitely be ruined. After Chen Pinggan listened carefully to the youth's explanation, he asked, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" The youth stretched out a finger and pointed at himself. He smiled and said, "Me? Haha, I'm not an official of the Dali Imperial Court. My surname is Kui and my given name is Chiu. The character Chiu is relatively rare and difficult to write. It's very troublesome. You don't have to worry about it." Chen Pinggan looked into the youth's eyes. The youth's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I'm older than you, so you can call me Martial Uncle Kui." Chen Pinggan smiled. The youth also smiled and gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "It's okay. I have a nickname that should be easier to call. It's Xiu Hu." 81. Looking at the smiling young man, Chen Pinggan felt nervous. His body tensed up involuntarily. Back when he fought with Cai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua, the closer Chen Pinggan got to them, the calmer his heart became. Even when he was entangled with the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain and was hunted down, Chen Pinggan was probably prepared to die from the beginning. Although he would feel scared when thinking about it later, Chen Pinggan was not nervous during the fight, no matter how close he was to death. Of course, it could also be that he did not care at all. The only time he felt nervous was when he fought with his peer Ma Kuxuan in the immortal tomb in the apricot blossom lane. Chen Pinggan's palms were sweaty at that time. With Chen Pinggan's almost instinctive intuition, Kui Dong did not seem surprised at all. Since Kui Dong dared to provoke the unfathomable old Yang in Old Porcelain Mountain, he was certainly not deliberately mystifying. Otherwise, he would not have made the military Saint Wan Qiong, who was on the 11th floor, feel afraid. He deliberately turned a blind eye to the unconcealable nervousness of the young man in straw sandals. He shifted his gaze to the university square that had a lot of stories with the capital of Dali. He stretched out a finger and explained with a warm and attentive expression, "Confucianisms take responsibility, Taoism's hope for nature, Buddhism's do not ask for external help, and the military school's Qi Chong and Fighting Ball." The 4 horizontal plaques and 12 words contain the majestic divine will of the writer. Also, the 4 sages of the 3 religions and 1 family who set the rules here deliberately left a part of their destiny here. Do you see the object in the assistant minister's hand? It is specially used for steely's rubbing. Its purpose is to peel off the essence, chi, and spirit of those words. The first steelies are definitely the most similar to the authentic, similar in both form and spirit. The later it is, the further it is from the original, so its value will naturally decrease. I think that except for the 4 words do not ask for external help, which can barely withstand 6 steelies, the other 3 plaques can't withstand more than 4 steelies, especially the military school's Chi Chong and Fighting Ball. It seems that 2 words died not long ago, so after 2 steelies, we can call it a day. Chen Pinggan was a little shocked. He did not know that there were so many tricks involved. The characters were not only arranged in books, but also hung on the wall as spring festival couplets, or engraved the names of the deceased on tombstones. For some reason, Chen Pinggan thought of the characters that Mr. Chi had given him as a gift, as well as the prescription of the young Taoist Lu. Quisha continued, the paper used to make the inscription is extremely precious and each piece is as thick as a piece of wood. It is a treasure unique to the Taoism of another continent, called the wind and thunder paper. When writing, the tip of the pen will rub against the paper, creating the sound of wind and thunder. Our emperor does not have many of them in his treasury and is usually reluctant to use them. Occasionally, he would use them to reward meritorious ministers or give them to one of the yamen of the 6 ministries at the end of the year. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights is determined to get those words this time. Our Lord Wu, who has a bright future ahead of him, is too scheming and wants to grab hold of all aspects. I estimate that he will run into many obstacles in the future when he comes to the small town. Chen Pinggan felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Although the young man beside him was boastful, Chen Pinggan did not think that he was talking nonsense. The young man with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows said that he was not an official of Dali, and he did not seem to be lying. However, when he appeared at the blacksmith shop, he was with the supervisor, Wu Yuan. Ruan Xiu said that he might be Master Wu's study companion. The so-called study companion was the guy who carried the book box next to her master when he was traveling. However, Chen Pinggan was now certain that the handsome young man in front of him, who claimed to be embroidered tiger, was definitely not simple. Whether it was his knowledge or his elegance, he was not inferior to Chen Songfeng, the eldest grandson of the Dragon Tail Commandery, or Fu Nanhua, the young master of the old Dragon City. In Chen Pinggan's impression, among all the people he knew, there was a small group of people who were very special. For example, the head of the kill, Old Man Yarrow, was a man of few words. When he occasionally spoke, it was mostly to scold people. However, every time Old Man Yarrow went to the mountains, his spirit would be exceptionally good. He would give people the illusion that his body was more robust than a young man's. Another example was Old Yang of the Yang medicine shop. He was very fair. No matter how bad your relationship with him was, he would not do anything to you. However, no matter how good your relationship with him was, he would not deliberately give you more things. There was also Miss Ning Yarrow Ning, who he had just met not long ago. She also had a heroic spirit. There was also Ma Kushwan of the Apricot Blossom Alley, who had revealed his true identity. He was full of sharpness and hostility. This Kui Dong, who was nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, was also the same. It was as if he was an existence higher than the immortal disciples like Fu Nanhua and Cai Qin Qian. Chen Pinggan even felt that even if Zhejiang Zhenjuan was in front of him, Kui Dong's eyes and expression would still be so indifferent. Of course, the youth's chatterbox could only be compared to Liu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The youth suddenly smiled and asked, Chen Pinggan, can you take me to Song Jisin's courtyard? Chen Pinggan's heartstrings tightened. He seemed to ask casually, but the memorial arch is still there. When the youth smiled, he looked like a harmless and handsome fox immortal. I know you are worried that I have bad intentions. To tell you the truth, I am very familiar with Song Jisin's younger brother. He is very curious about how his older brother has lived in this small town for more than 10 years. He asked me to take a look with my own eyes. When I return to the capital, I can tell him. Chen Pinggan asked, since he is Song Jisin's brother, can't he ask him himself? The youth snapped his fingers and praised, Chen Pinggan, you are very smart. You found the loophole so quickly. Chen Pinggan could not keep up with this guy's train of thought. The young man rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly, because of his parents, his relationship with his brother, Song Jisin, whom he's never met before, is already very bad. The filthy matters in a rich family are as numerous as the trivial matters in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. So you have to be considerate. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, if I don't agree, will you find trouble with me? The youth was puzzled. He pointed at his own nose and said, do I look like an evil person? Look at me, open your eyes and look carefully. Do I look like the kind of person who will kill someone's entire family? Chen Pinggan answered honestly, you don't look like it. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. Why do you sound like you are saying something bad? He crossed his arms and snorted, if you don't want to take me there, then I will ask the way myself. Chen Pinggan asked, you don't have the key and can't even enter the courtyard. What are you going to see? The youth's face showed an expression that said, Chen Pinggan is too young. He smiled but did not say anything. Chen Pinggan was very familiar with this kind of smile. Liu Xianyang and Ji Yu can often have it. Chen Pinggan sighed, then I will take you to Clay Bottle Alley. Don't climb over the wall in the courtyard. I can only take you to the entrance. The youth slapped Chen Pinggan's shoulder heavily. What were you doing earlier? The youth turned and strode away, far away from the crowded archway. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Chen Pinggan, carrying a wicker basket, was walking in the opposite direction. The somewhat embarrassed youth hurriedly jogged to keep up. After entering Clay Bottle Alley, the youth looked around and clicked his tongue. So this is the legendary Clay Bottle Alley. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Talents, talents, talents. In the next 100 years, apart from Apricot Flower Alley, Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley added together probably can't compare to this place. When the young man spoke of these supernatural words, it didn't make people feel that it was abrupt at all. Along the way, the youth would jump from time to look at the courtyard behind the low walls. Chen Pinggan took him to the entrance of Song Jisin's courtyard. It's here. The youth stood in the alley and quickly saw the Spring Festival couplets written by Song Jisin himself. His eyes lit up and he sighed. This is the residence where Song Jisin and the servant girl GQ live. His handwriting is really good, much better than his brother's. The more I look at it, the more I like it. As he spoke, the youth walked forward and stood on his tiptoes, about to tear off the couplets. Chen Pinggan panicked and hurriedly stopped the youth. What are you doing? The youth looked innocent. Song Jisin will never come back here in his life. If I keep this couplet, it will gradually disappear. I might as well keep it and take it to the capital. Chen Pinggan insisted and shook his head. No, before the end of the year, you can't tear off the couplets. Otherwise, it will bring bad luck to the family. The youth made a no sound and said dejectedly, there's such a thing in a small town. Chen Pinggan asked, do you want to sit in my courtyard? The youth waved his hand, forget it, this is such a small place. I don't think I can even drink a cup of tea. Let's go. By the way, this alley isn't Decapitation Alley, right? If we keep walking forward, can we get out? Chen Pinggan smiled. Yes, we can. The youth strode away, not forgetting to raise his hand with his back facing Chen Pinggan and waved it. Chen Pinggan watched the strange youth leave before returning to his courtyard. Seeing the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall, he put down the basket and took out a stool to sit down. Chen Pinggan suddenly got up and ran to Clay Bottle Alley. Indeed, a sneaky person was running very quickly. Chen Pinggan came to Song Jisin's door and saw that the couplets had been stolen. Chen Pinggan stood in his original spot and looked at the smooth walls on both sides of the courtyard. He was speechless and said with a wry smile, what kind of person is this? He's too unkind. Chen Pinggan sighed as he walked back to his courtyard, only to find old Yang sitting on the stool at some point in time, puffing out smoke. The old man said slowly, why are you sighing at such a young age? It wasn't easy for you to accumulate some vitality, but you have to leak it out. This is especially true for people who practice martial arts. Chen Pinggan was horrified and said in a deep voice, I'll remember. The old man asked, why did Ning's daughter suddenly leave? She caused me to lose a bag of money for spring greeting. Chen Pinggan squatted beside the old man and shook his head, I'm not sure either. I only know that Miss Ning has something to do with a place called Inverted Hanging Mountain. Old Yang nodded and smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, a shabby place where even birds don't shit. It's the border between two places. In order to prevent both sides from wandering around, one of the 3 disciples of the Tao ancestor, a great leader, used the divine power of heaven and earth inversion to deter outsiders. In the end, Inverted Hanging Mountain is actually a world's mountain seal. It's very domineering. The old man's words were filled with sarcasm and disappointment. Of course, Chen Pinggan didn't know the reason. Old Yang asked, "You're planning to buy a mountain?" Chen Pinggan never played dumb in front of this old man and answered honestly, "I'm planning to buy 5 mountains, Treasure Head Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Near Master Wan's 3 mountains, there's also Luopa Mountain and True Pearl Mountain." The old man interrupted the youth and frowned. "Why did you buy Luopa Mountain? Who hinted to you? Ruan Ting? That shouldn't be the case. He clearly doesn't want to get too involved with you." Chen Pinggan asked doubtfully, "Is Luopa Mountain very strange?" The old man hesitated for a moment and blew out a smoke ring. He nodded. "Other than Cloud Cover Mountain and Incense Flame Mountain, this Luopa Mountain is the most interesting. However, I'm afraid that even Dali Kintianjian Geomaster can't tell, so the price won't be too high. You've gotten a great bargain." The old man's eyes were sharp and his tone became heavier. "You haven't said why you bought it." Chen Pinggan said awkwardly, "When I was looking at the map, a pile of bird droppings fell from my head and landed on the 3 words Luopa Mountain. In the past, Old Man Yarrow always said that there was an invisible god between the mountains and rivers. I felt that it was fate. At that time, I really didn't know which mountain to buy, so I randomly decided to buy it." After the old man heard Old Man Yarrow, his eyes behind the white smoke became a little complicated. He nodded. "If that's the case, it makes sense." Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Master Wan has already agreed to help me buy those 5 mountains. So I've made a profit?" Old Yang nodded and said softly, "You've made a profit." The old man was a little confused. Was it really because Chen Pinggan's luck had turned from bad to good without the restrictions of Pearl Grotto Heaven's rules? Chen Pinggan suddenly remembered something. That young man with a mole between his eyebrows said that his surname was Kui and his nickname was Xiu Hu. He also said that I could call him Senior Uncle. Old Yang did not say anything. As expected. Dali Imperial Tutor Kui Dong. Although he did not have an official position, he was the nominal leader of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dali dynasty. It was said that he was also one of the few national Go players in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. But where did the matter of Senior Uncle come from? The old man stood up and reminded him, "Keep the square seal that Mr. Qi gave you well, especially the side with the word quiet. Hide it well. Be it this Kui Dong or anyone else you meet in the future, you don't have to be afraid. Of course, don't provoke them easily. You just have to remember that after you've successfully bought the 5 mountains, it's better for you to be quiet and not move. Even if you tuck your tail between your legs, it won't be wrong." Chen Pinggan thought carefully and nodded hard. "I'll remember it." 82. Leaving the narrow and dark clay bottle alley and walking into the wide and bright Erlang alley, the quick-witted youth walked with light footsteps. His sleeves swayed as he held the couplet he had stolen from the wall of Clay Bottle Alley. A tall man who was supposed to appear at the construction supervisor's office was standing outside the door. He had been waiting for a long time with his eyes closed and his breath held. When he heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar yet strange youth. He quickly turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He respectfully said, "Teacher." The youth grunted and casually handed the couplet to Wu Yuan. He took out a key and opened the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly took a step back and closed the door again. Wu Yuan almost bumped into her teacher's back. This official of Longquan County hurriedly took a few steps back, somewhat puzzled by her teacher's actions. The youth named Kui Dong folded his sleeves and pointed at the 2 painted door gods with his mouth. "Your father-in-law's ancestor is hanging here. Isn't that impressive?" This extremely awkward way of saying things gave Wu Yuan a headache. Although he was not on good terms with his father-in-law, who was a pillar of the country, He and his wife, who had not yet married, were really in love with each other. They were a famous couple in the capital. In particular, a handsome scholar from the Han clan, who was well versed in poetry and books, rushed to the capital and failed in the imperial examinations. However, he won the heart of the beauty. In a situation where no one was optimistic about this marriage, he became the personal disciple of the great Li imperial preceptor in one fell swoop. His name shook the court and instantly became a story of praise. It even alarmed the emperor, who went to the young Zhengzhai to summon Wu Yuan. After that, the future father-in-law turned a blind eye to Wu Yuan and no longer threatened to break Wu Yuan's 3 legs in front of his daughter. Kui Dong stepped over the threshold and casually said, "I've been thinking about a question. Our Confucian schools vow to sincerely believe in righteousness, honor merit, and rule the world, whether or not it has a chance to be realized." Wu Yuan softly asked, "Teacher, have you thought of an answer?" Kui Dong curled his lips. "It's very difficult." Wu Yuan was speechless. Kui Dong smiled and asked, "Do you think you asked a useless question?" Wu Yuan honestly replied, "A little." Perhaps it was because the conversation between a teacher and a student was always so frank. Kuisha did not get angry. He only glanced at Wu Yuan from the corner of his eyes and said regretfully, "There are many things in this world that are precious not in the outcome but in the process." Wu Yuan gathered her courage and asked, "Teacher, can you give an example?" Kui Dong led Wu Yuan to the table and said, "For example, Yuan Shangzhu is the daughter of the country. Now, you are in love with each other. You can be happy to hold her hand, but when you finally marry her and have sex with her, you to be happy. You." Kuisha motioned for Wu Yuan to find a place to sit while he continued to stand and look up at the board. He said, "But will you give up the chance to roll in the sheets with the eldest daughter of the Yuan family because of this boring result?" Obviously not. Kui Dong himself also felt that this saying was not very mainstream. Then let me put it another way. Take cultivation for example. The goal of an ordinary qi refinement warrior is definitely the middle 5 states. Those who are more talented will choose the upper 5 states. Another example is to be an official. Those who are less ambitious will be a low-ranking official. Those who are more ambitious will be a high-ranking official. Then, on the long journey up the mountain, many people will keep looking up at the scenery at the top of the mountain. They can't see the lush trees around them or the beautiful spring flowers under their feet. Even if they see them, they won't stop to admire them. It's a waste of the saints' earnest teachings. There are so many beautiful things in the world. Wu Yuan was deep in thought. Kui Dong suddenly laughed. "You even believe in this kind of nonsense? The most boring thing in the world is logic." Wu Yuan said helplessly, "If it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't think deeply about this kind of problem. But this time, sir, you came out of seclusion. First, you changed into this outfit. Then, you came to this small town to meet an old friend for no reason. I'm really not sure." After laughing, Kuisha leaned lazily on the wide chair. "Speaking of which, these great principles aren't all nonsense. Although I value achievements more than knowledge, it doesn't mean that knowledge doesn't need to be treated with effort. To be honest, if an ordinary person doesn't put in hard work and work hard to achieve something, he doesn't have the right to talk about talent." Kui Dong tapped a finger on the chair's armrest. His face was calm and composed. He smiled and said, "Only people who really work hard will have feelings of despair towards those who are really talented. At that time, they will suddenly wake up and tell themselves with tears that they really can't compare to that genius." Wu Yuan smiled. "In Go, all the national players and chess players in the Eastern Aquarius continent must have this kind of mentality when facing Sir." Kui Dong twitched the corner of his mouth. "But in some matters, a genius like me also looks at some people with this kind of gaze." Wu Yuan shook his head. "I don't believe it." Kui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed at the supervisor who was full of righteousness. He smiled and said, "Little Wu, this method of provocation is clumsy." Wu Yuan laughed and cupped his fist to beg for mercy. "Sir, you have a sharp eye." From the corner of Wu Yuan's eyes, he would occasionally see a wooden youth with crystal clear skin. He was in a daze and his eyes were empty. He was sitting on a small bench not far away from the courtyard. His hands were gently placed on his knees and his head was slightly raised. His posture was like a frog in a well. In fact, when Wu Yuan entered the room and saw him, he felt uncomfortable all over. But since Sir wasn't willing to take the initiative to speak, he didn't ask anything. Wu Yuan looked at the Spring Festival couplets on the table. He took one back and carefully studied it. He raised his head and asked, "Sir, who wrote this couplet? This person is very interesting." Kui Shi yawned and shifted into a more comfortable and languid position as he curled up in the chair. For the time being, he'll still be called Song Jisin. But I reckon that in a few years, he'll change back to the old name that was crossed out on the files of the Imperial Clan Court, Song Mu. Wu Yuan immediately felt that this light couplet was very troublesome. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what do you want this couplet for?" Kui Dong smiled. "It's for your precious senior brother to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, he'll always say that I can write better than him because I'm older. But now, this couplet was written by his twin brother. I don't believe that he can find any excuses." Wu Yuan thought for a moment and held back his laughter. He said softly, "For example, Song Jisin is in the countryside and has nothing to do all day. He only cares about practicing his calligraphy, so he can make up for his lack of talent with hard work. Is that why his calligraphy is better?" Kui Dong was shocked. "That works." Wu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Little senior brother can do that." Kui Dong shook his head. "No matter how much you say, you still don't hit enough. Rules are rules." Wu Yuan put the couplet back on the table and said casually, "Sir, your teacher must be very strict with rules." Wu Yuan had never known who her teacher was. She didn't even know the general history of her teacher. The number of people in Dali who knew about this could be counted on one hand. Kui Shi suddenly sat up straight and said, "That's wrong. When teacher teaches me, it's almost the same as when I teach you. That's why my teacher taught me to be a student who forgets his roots and roots. Yes, he even deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestors." Wu Yuan thought that he had misheard. Kui Dong said calmly, "You didn't mishear." Kui Dong stretched his back. "When I was studying, I wasn't as radical as I am now. I only dared to say that knowledge and merit are two things. Sir rewarded me with the words the main culprit of the degeneration of public morals." Kui Dong sat up straighter and looked directly into his student's eyes. "Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? It's my teacher. He didn't wait for me to finish talking about the topic and interrupted me. Sir, who has always been known for his rigorous scholarship, didn't even want to think about this question for a day. He didn't even take 2 hours or a stick of incense to burn before he threw those words at me. I have a junior brother. Every time he asked Sir about a classic question, Sir would always teach him carefully, as if he was studying for a long time. He was afraid that there would be the slightest deviation. Once, do you know how long my teacher thought about it before he gave his answer?" Kui Dong stretched out a finger. Wu Yuan tried to think as much as she could. She asked tentatively, "A month?" At this moment, Dali Imperial Tutor, who had appeared in the world with the appearance of a handsome youth, had an extremely strange expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 10 years. Wu Yuan swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to say another word. Kui Dong exhaled heavily and said self-mockingly, "It doesn't matter if the stories of old friends are piled up on old papers. What's more, if it doesn't matter, what can I do?" Kui Dong stood up and put away his rare complex emotions. He said to Wu Yuan, "I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet someone. I have something to do first. You wait at the door." Wu Yuan stood up and left as if she had been granted amnesty. Kui Dong walked to the side of the delicate-looking demented youth. He crouched down behind him and rubbed his chin as if he was looking for a flaw. In the twilight, Wu Yuan walked into the hall with a man wearing a bamboo hat. Kui Dong then stood up and said to the two of them, "We're on the same side. Feel free to sit." After that person sat down, he gently took off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome but sickly pale face. He seemed to be in a terrible state, as if he was seriously injured. He was coughing incessantly and emitting a faint smell of blood. Wu Yuan's expression was grave. Lakeview Academy's Kui Minghuang? Then, Wu Yuan quickly looked at her teacher. Kui Dong, Kui Minghuang. Dali Imperial Tutor, Lakeview Academy. Could it be? Wu Yuan's scalp turned numb and her heart trembled. She started to worry whether she could leave this house alive. When teacher killed people, his mantra was to follow the rules. But the problem was that almost none of the Qi refinement warriors in the Dali dynasty could understand teacher's rules. Even a direct disciple like Wu Yuan never dared to think that she could truly understand teacher's thoughts. Kui Dong moved a chair to the side of the dull-witted youth. With his back facing Wu Yuan and Kui Minghuang, he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. One of you is a descendant of the clan that I admire, the other is a favorite student who is expected to inherit my legacy. So, the two of you don't have to guess. You can think positively." Wu Yuan plucked up her courage and asked, "Teacher, are you from the Kui clan?" Kui Dong ignored her. Kui Minghuang smiled bitterly. "My uncle-granduncle was expelled from the Kui clan long ago. He even ordered us to live in different ancestral halls and die in different graves." Wu Yuan's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Kui Dong, who did not turn around, smiled and said, "Don't worry. Our wise and mighty emperor has known about these filthy past since the beginning." "Oh right, Kui Minghuang, answer all of Wu Yuan's questions without reserve." Wu Yuan was quick-witted and directly asked the most important question. Qi Jingchuan's death, was it teacher's doing? Kui Dong was unwilling to speak. Kui Minghuang's expression was normal as he replied, "Qi Jingchun received a secret letter from the Cliff Academy. The person who wrote the letter told Qi Jingchun that their teacher, who was imprisoned in a certain academy, was really dead." Wu Yuan frowned. This was a huge secret that she had never heard of before. Most likely, only the leaders of the 3 major academies of the Confucian School and the 72 academies were qualified to know the inside story. However, Wu Yuan, like many scholars from aristocratic families, had heard of most of the other rumors. In less than 100 years, the statue of the 4th deity that was enshrined in the Confucian temple was removed from the position of the sage of literature and moved to one of the 72 sages. Then, it was moved down from the position of the sage of literature until it was at the bottom of the list. At the beginning of spring this year, it was moved out of the Confucian temple. Moreover, someone tried to enshrine it in a Daoist temple secretly, but it was discovered. In the end, it was destroyed by a group of ignorant people. The classic articles that this sage wrote with his life's work were all banned and destroyed. The laws and policies that he implemented were all overturned by the dynasties, and his name was removed from the official history. First, it went from bad to worse. Then, it was on the verge of collapse. In the end, it disappeared without a trace overnight. Kui Minghuang told Wu Yuan a shocking conspiracy: Cliff Academy has been removed from the 72 academies. Although Dali is unwilling to accept this, Qi Jingchun and the academy have contributed a lot in educating the commoners and helping Dali to get rid of his identity as a northern barbarian. Moreover, without the academy to attract the scholars from the northern eastern treasure bottle continent, Dali's civil service system will be greatly impacted. However, the general trend is irresistible. Dali can't stop it. Emperor Dali won't be so stupid as to offend so many powerful forces on and off the mountain for Qi Jingchun. Since external aid is no longer reliable, Qi Jingchun will have to rely on his own strength to prevent the Cliff Academy from being removed after receiving the letter. This huge problem will be placed on Qi Jingchuan's desk along with the secret letter. However, he is well aware that once the 60-year period is over and he walks out of Liju Grotto Heaven, the shocking truth that he has been hibernating here and that his cultivation state has increased instead of falling will inevitably lead to greater suppression from some important figures within the Confucian school. Of course, it won't be just the Confucian school and Taoist school. Some other important figures from the 100 schools of thought will also be restless. After all, it wasn't easy to suppress an old one. If a new one comes along, it will be too ridiculous. Kui Minghuang revealed a smile and subconsciously looked at the senior of his family who was still staring at the youth, Kui Dong. Kui Minghuang's eyes were full of admiration. At this time, Ruan Cheng's early appearance has become a decisive move. He has completely cut off Qi Jingquan's most likely path of retreat. Kui Dong had unknowingly stood up and was gently opening the youth's eyes with his finger. After hearing Kui Minghuang's words, he muttered, "Where's the wine? I should have bought a few jugs when I passed by the tavern." Kui Minghuang saw that Wu Yuan was somewhat puzzled and explained, "Yuan Cheng arrived at Lizhu Grotto Heaven long ago. Although this military grandmaster doesn't interfere with the town's affairs and maintains absolute neutrality, Yuan Cheng's existence itself is meaningful. This means that Qi Jingquan can no longer open his mouth to bargain with the 4 sages of the 3 schools and 1 school to continue staying in the town and be imprisoned for another 60 years in exchange for another 60 years of the Cliff Academy's feeble existence." Kui Minghuang smiled and said, "Their teacher is dead. No one reads his moral essays, and no one promotes his policies." After Qi Jingquan came to the eastern Aquarius continent, the Cliff Academy that he painstakingly built in the barbarian land is also gone. There's no place for him to stand in the secular world. The place of peace that supported him to this step seems to be gone too. Why not die? Only when Qi Jingquan is dead can some people feel that there's no threat at all. As for the broken Cliff Academy, they naturally can't be bothered to take another look. In fact, if it wasn't for Qi Jingquan, let alone becoming one of the 72 academies, the Cliff Academy in Dali might not even have half of the foundation of our Lakeview Academy. Kui Dong commented, "Lakeview Academy has plenty of foundation, but lacks vitality. If it wasn't for the existence of the Cliff Academy, which forced Lakeview Academy to make many changes, I'm afraid it would be even worse. In the upcoming great changes, it will only be one step slower and slower, gradually dying out." Kui Minghuang praised from the bottom of his heart. Martial Granduncle's insight is penetrating, hitting the nail on the head. Kui Dong finally stopped tormenting the youth who didn't have any human spirit. He stood beside the pool without any water and looked up at the blue sky with the youth. After retracting his gaze, he said a very strange conclusion, "So I carefully arranged a big exam. There's only one candidate, the orphan called Chen Pingan from the Mud Bottle Alley. He only has a very ordinary background, but he has a very interesting growth experience." Wu Yuan was even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Kui Dong began to pace slowly around the pool with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Logically speaking, when Qi Jingquan is bound to die, he will make a last-ditch struggle. Then there are 3 people that we have to pay attention to. His junior brother Ma Zhon, who suffered with him in the Lizhu cave heaven, Zhao Yarrow, who taught him knowledge step by step, and Song Jisin, who seemed to have an ordinary relationship with him. Because these 3 people are most likely to be Qi Jingquan's hope. I want Ma Zhon to continue the legacy of the Cliff Academy. It doesn't matter even if there's only one disciple. I want Zhao Yarrow to carry forward the legacy of the school. It doesn't matter whether it's in the Dali dynasty, or even in the eastern Aquarius continent. In the beginning, when I learned that Qi Jingquan had left all his books to Song Jisin, I thought that Song Jisin would be one of his inheritors. But soon, I realized that it was a smokescreen." When Kui Dong reached this point, he became silent for a long time. He seemed to be deducing step by step in reverse to make sure that there were no mistakes. Wu Yuan cautiously interrupted, "Behind the smokescreen, is that person called Chen Pingan hiding?" Kui Dong, whose thoughts were interrupted, stopped in his tracks. He abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan immediately stood up. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She bowed and said, "Please forgive me, Mr." Kui Dong continued to stroll. Ma Zhon can be considered half a disciple of that person. But compared to Qi Jingquan, he's too far behind. His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is thinner than paper. I asked Kui Minghuang to deceive Ma Zhon, to trick him into replacing Qi Jingquan as the next Hill Master of Cliff Academy. Although the title of one of the 72 academies is gone, the academy itself still exists. The academy needs a Hill Master. In this way, for Qi Jingquan's literary lineage and our Dali Emperor, it's still acceptable. This is also the result that the various factions have tacitly agreed upon. But I don't like it. Such a happy ending is too boring. In any case, there are already voices within the Confucian faction that want the Sage of Literature, Qi Jingquan, and Cliff Academy to disappear altogether, lest the people's hearts change and rise from the ashes. So I proposed to build a new academy in Cloud-Splitting Mountain, and the 3 Confucian academies also agreed to promote this academy to one of the 72 academies within 50 years. Our emperor heard this and thought it was a good idea. Compared to Qi Jing-chun, who is of little value, it's better to replace him with a puppet who listens to Dali. Of course, it's more suitable for Dali's southern hegemony. So, Kui Minghuang lied to Ma Zhong again. He told him that since things had come to this, he might as well change his allegiance and cut ties with the Cliff Academy. After returning to the small town, he would be able to become the new Hill Master of the new academy. Moreover, he would be the first Hill Master of the new academy. Wouldn't it be better than learning from the Cliff Academy and relying on others? Kui Dong continued walking, but glanced at Kui Minghuang, who was silently breathing. Did something happen at this time? Kui Minghuang nodded. It should be at this time that he became suspicious and began to feign civility with me. At that time, he didn't reveal anything. Although I was cautious, I didn't expect that trash like Ma Zhong to be so ruthless. He didn't hold back at all, even if his meridians were broken and his acupoints exploded, he still wanted to kill me. Kui Dong nodded. Although Ma Zhong is far inferior to Qi Jing-chun, he has been under that person's tutelage for more than 10 years. He can't be treated as a mere fool. Kui Minghuang covered his mouth with his hand and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. After clenching his fists, his face relaxed and became a little rosy. He asked, "Grandmaster, why did you allow the last remaining master of Cliff Academy to lead students away from Dali to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom, and continue to use the name of Cliff Academy? How did Emperor Dali agree to this? I still can't figure it out." Kui Dong walked slowly. Firstly, even if Cliff Academy survives, it will only exist in name. Without the golden name of one of the 72 academies, it will be an empty shell. It will no longer be able to compete with the thriving Lakeside Academy for the most outstanding scholars of the Eastern Aquarius continent. Secondly, once a new academy is established in Mount Cloudy, the Vice Master of Lakeside Academy will come to oversee it. Of course, the second master will be this gentleman sitting next to you. Thirdly, the Great Sui Kingdom accepted the stray dogs of Cliff Academy, which is equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Our Dali can find an excuse to declare war on the Great Sui Kingdom at any time. When that time comes, won't Cliff Academy still be on Dali's territory? Everyone knows that Cliff Academy is equivalent to the directorate of the Dali dynasty. But which emperor of the dynasty dares to call Lakeside Academy their own private school? Therefore, Dali's complete control of an academy is something that His Majesty has dreamed of since he was a child. Of course, His Majesty also has the intention of compensating Qi Jing-chun. During those years when Qi Jing-chun was the master of the academy, even if he didn't want to grovel before His Majesty really admired Qi Jing-chun. He might even respect him a little. Kui Dong suddenly laughed. Of course, the main reason is that I need it. I need all of this chess game. In addition to needing Qi Jing-chun to die in Liju Grotto Heaven, I also need him to follow my chess path and choose the chess pieces that I want him to choose. In the end, I will destroy them one by one. Before Qi Jing-chun died, it was like he was still holding a few seeds in his hand, or holding a few incense sticks. It can only be passed to the hands of those around him. In the matter of literary lineage, it's important to pass on the torch. Even if the disciples who believe in a certain doctrine can die, the line may not be cut off. Therefore, it's unclear what the line of incense and literary luck are. Qi Jing-chun might have grasped the clue, but I still can't figure it out. I don't dare to be too sure. I need to use facts to prove my idea. Therefore, this examination and this chess game are not only used to cut off the line of that person's literary lineage, but also an opportunity for me to prove my Tao. Kui Dong walked behind the youth sitting on the bench and reached out to pat his head gently. He smiled and said, "There was once a poem saying that the immortal touched my head, and my hair was tied and I was immortal. The writing is really full of immortal aura." The joints of the youth's body creaked. Finally, he stood up slowly with stagnant movements. His eyes gradually glowed with dazzling brilliance. When he stood up straight, he turned to face Kui Dong, who had pieced together his body. The youth was still unable to speak. He was like a baby who had just learned to speak. He danced with joy and joy. But at the same time, he had an innate reverence for Kui Dong. Not to mention Wu Yuan, who was not a cultivator. Even Kui Minghuang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Wu Yuan did not know why, but after hearing the teacher's words today, she felt cold all over and weak. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Teacher, can't we just kill someone and end it? Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Kui Dong laughed as if he had waited for a long time and finally came to a really interesting question. He clicked his tongue and said, "The battle of the Great Tao is not as simple as exterminating a family in the secular world. It is very, very difficult to truly eliminate the root of the problem. Many times, killing people will make a simple matter into a mess. Therefore, it is necessary to destroy the heart. Why can a cultivator reach the 15th floor? It is because he cultivates the heart. As for a martial artist who cultivates the strength, he can only reach this high. The 9th state is the peak. It is harder to reach the 10th state than to reach the sky." Kuisha jumped into the pool opposite the patio. He stepped on the colorful pebbles at the bottom of the pool and walked freely in the pool. However, compared to the surface, the pool was obviously more cramped. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell you 2 frogs at the bottom of the well about 2 cases that were originally kept secret. After listening, you'll realize that my methods are just SOSO. There was a genius who almost helped the school of the military establish a sect. Although he failed at the last step, he was still a man of great fortune, so no one dared to kill him. In the end, do you know how those true saints dealt with him? They threw him into a blessed land and arranged chess pieces to stay by his side for all his lives, constantly wearing down his morale. In this life, he was reduced to a teacher in a village, but he did not have to worry about food or clothing. In the next life, he was reduced to a coarse butcher with a weak temperament, but he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. In the next life, he was reduced to a frivolous playboy, but he came back to life after spending all his money. In the next life, he became a literati emperor in a time of peace and prosperity. In short, for all his lives, he was always played in the hands of others. It was the same now. It was not that the younger generation of the school of the military did not want to take action, but they only dared to do it secretly, trying to awaken the consciousness of the great ancestor of the military school. But the chances were slim. How could they compete with those old guys in cultivation, strategy, and patience? How could they win? There was another ambitious and ruthless person of the school of the military. His battle prowess was shocking, but in the end, he lost everything due to a moment of carelessness. For the sake of a puppet girl, his soul was dispersed. Then, the saints immediately seized the opportunity and divided up his 3 souls and 6 spirits until there was nothing left. Then, he became the top immortal of the various blessed lands. Every single one of his souls actually ascended from the blessed land to our world. Moreover, his great Tao was smooth, and every one of them became an overlord. Then, do you think that these 9 people, whose cultivation was at least at the 10th floor or the 7th realm of the martial way, would be willing to abandon their independent will and become one person? It doesn't sound too complicated, but actually implementing it will take an extremely long period of time. At this point, Kuisha lamented, "The struggle for the great Tao is truly cruel." Kui Dong stretched lazily and rubbed his neck with both hands. He chuckled. Ma Zhon died of guilt and resentment. Zhao Yarrow has already lost his identity as the owner of the spring seal. Then, the only one left is the silence seal that broke the great rules. An extremely poor orphan in a shabby alley has suffered all kinds of hardships. Deep in his heart, he desperately hoped for a stable life. Now, his dream has come true, and he has suddenly become the most extravagant and wealthy person in the small town. He has also suddenly ushered in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. The 5 mountains of the blessed land have all been taken into his pocket. 300 years, a whole 300 years of riches and honor have all belonged to him. Apart from these timely assistants, I have also helped him twice. The first time was to help him choose that desolate mountain. I will have Dali confer a mountain deity to this mountain. Don't you think the young man will be very surprised? The second time was to buy the straw shop and the New Year shop, which will soon be sold at a low price. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, Chen Pinggan will logically buy them. Think about it, the 5 mountains outside the small town are full of gold, the 2 old shops in the small town, the county magistrate Wu Yuan at the foot of the mountain, and Mr. Kui, the deputy master of the academy, on the mountain, will favor him greatly. Do you think this young man has almost no pursuits left? But when Kui Dong said these 2 words, he had a particularly playful smile. He said to himself, these 2 words are the most frightening thing in the world. He continued, but, at this time, when they went out, there were 2 carriages and an ox cart. When they came back, there was only 1 carriage and 1 ox cart, and the gentle and elegant Mr. Kui from Lakeview Academy was missing. Mr. Ma, the student teacher, was also dead. Then, the coachman will find Chen Pinggan and tell the young man that Mr. Chi and Mr. Ma, when they were alive, both hoped that he could take the 6 children to the enemy of the Dali dynasty, the Cliff Academy, which had moved to the Great Sui Kingdom, to continue his studies. This trip will be difficult and dangerous. In the end, the coachman will considerately persuade the young man that if Mr. Chi is still alive, he will definitely not want you to take the risk to go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Wu Yuan asked carefully, if those frightened children want to stay at home in the small town, won't Chen Pinggan justifiably not have to go out? Isn't Mr. Kui's plan this time? Kui Minghuang smiled and said, not long after these children left the small town, their families had been forcibly moved to the capital of Dali. Of course, Dali will not lack their wealth and glory. But each family will leave a few people behind to tell those children how rare it is to enter the Cliff Academy, and how their parents and elders earnestly hope that they can go to the academy and return. Kui Dong stood directly below the courtyard, expressionless. Wu Yuan became more cautious and asked, Mr. Kui, how can you be sure that this examination will completely cut off Qi Jingchuan's line of literature? Kui Dong raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wu Yuan. He said with a smile, can't you tell that Qi Jingchun and I are brothers from the same school? As his senior brother, I once explained the Confucian classics to him on behalf of Mr. Kui Dong, who went out to study for 3 whole years. So why wouldn't I, Kui Dong, know about his Tao? Kui Sha walked out of the pool and murmured softly, a gentleman with a pure heart. That's all there is to it. It's just that Qi Jingchuan's life is too good. He actually had 2 natal characters. If he didn't die here, he would probably have 3 natal characters. If he didn't die here, who would? Kui Dong walked to the door. I mustered so many people to set up such a big trap for such a small matter. So small. Kui Dong raised his hand and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He clicked his tongue and said, if he still loses. The last few words Kui Dong said were almost inaudible. Kui Dong had just opened the door and stepped over the threshold when he suddenly stopped. Dali Imperial Tutor, who had wanted to buy wine, suddenly felt that there was no point in drinking wine. In the end, he simply sat on the threshold. Wu Yuan and Kui Minghuang looked at the back of the slender youth and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Kui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and bent over to look at the house across the street. The cheap black and white door gods, the vulgar spring festival couplets, and the ugly fortune character pasted upside down. Kui Dong muttered to himself, Qi Jingchun, you'll be disappointed in the end. A gentle voice with a hint of laughter rang out from somewhere. So that's how it is. Kui Dong was indifferent to this and continued to look into the distance. He nodded and said, I'll drink when the time comes. 83. When Chen Pinggan climbed out of the well with a basket of soil on his back, he was a little confused. A group of Laurel scholars stood outside the well. The leader was the old man from the Ministry of Rights who had stood on a ladder under the plaque of the memorial archway and reprimanded the supervisor loudly. Beside him was the former supervisor who had built the covered bridge before he left. It was said that he was Song Jisin's father, Lord Song. His skin was slightly fairer than when he was in the small town. The other 5 or 6 people were mostly in their 30s or 40s. They all had an extraordinary bearing and looked more like high-ranking officials than Lord Song. In fact, Chen Pinggan was not the only one who was stunned. This group of officials from the Ministry of Rights, who had the noblest status among the 6 departments of Dali, were also very shocked when they saw the only rich man in the small town who owned 3 bags of gold and copper coins. It was this poor young man who was covered in dust in front of them who had wealth equivalent to half of Emperor Dali's treasury in his hands. Then, he spent a lot of money and bought a total of 5 mountains in one go, including Luopa Mountain. Ruan Qi did not show up. Instead, the young girl in green, Ruan Xiu, and the county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, stood side by side. The latter looked down with an indifferent expression and slightly lowered gaze. Little Lord Wu, who gave people the impression that he had a frighteningly powerful backer, was sulking with the bunch of officials from the Ministry of Rights. After all, no one would be happy to let a group of outsiders take away such a fat piece of meat in their own territory. In the end, Wu Yuan unexpectedly retreated to the end of the disturbance that happened below the memorial archway and allowed the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu, to copy all the 16 words and leave. Even though a Qi refinement warrior on the 7th floor who was acting as a secret retainer confirmed that the words on the plaque had lost all their vitality and there was no need to take out the precious Fenglei letters, Assistant Minister Dong still had a rude and unreasonable attitude as if he could not wait to tear down the plaque and take away all the Fenglei letters that he brought with him. Only then did he contentedly lead his subordinates from the Ministry of Rights to stay in the courtyard of a wealthy family in Peachleaf Alley. It was not easy for Wu Yuan to make use of the small town's large-scale construction to win a reputation among the ordinary people. In an instant, it was beaten back to its original state. The people of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley were happy to see this and it became a topic of conversation. Most of them gloated and felt that Wu Yuan was just an embroidered pillow who was useless. Some people said that if Yuan dared to be stubborn to the end with the Ministry of Rights, they would admire this kid's backbone. Now, they were afraid that he would be a coward at the Ministry of Rights when he officially wore the official uniform of the county magistrate in the future. Of Dali. Of me. Of this. Of. As he finished speaking, the old assistant minister looked around and chuckled. Apart from Lord Song, who used to be a kill supervisor, who did not move, the other officials of the Ministry of Rights all laughed as if Dong had said the funniest joke in the world. Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. I don't understand the Dali official language you speak. Wu Yuan's lips curved in a subtle arc. Lord Song, who was proficient in the small town's dialect, had no intention of helping this Yamen official. Because the two of them belonged to different mountains, and not long ago, the two sides had completely fallen out with each other. If the emperor had not personally appointed Song Yuzhang to accompany him to the south, he would not have had a chance at this cushy job. The Ministry of Rights Yamen was full of scholars, and they were the seeds of scholars who had fought with thousands of men and horses on a single log bridge. Therefore, the war of words in this Yamen was refined and brilliant. Fortunately, Song Yuzhang was a strange person who could get used to living in a small town. After returning to the capital, he did not say a word and did not feel any resentment. Assistant Minister Dong had cultivated for most of his life in the Ministry of Rights Yamen. The Ministry of Rights was the only Yamen in the Dali Imperial Court that could compete with the Ministry of War. Dong, who became the third in command of the Ministry of Rights. Clearly, he was a shrewd old fox. He immediately realized his mistake and wanted to find a way out. He turned his head and smiled at the only daughter of Master Wan, hoping that she could pass on a message for him. However, Dong who almost immediately dismissed the idea. Even the emperor had to treat the saint of the military school of Wind and Snow Temple as a guest of honor. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, he dared to ask Master Wan's daughter to do this and that. If the girl was a difficult person who did not understand etiquette and felt that he had neglected her, she could go back and complain to her father. Then, Master Wan would only need to lightly send a word or two to the capital. He guessed that he could still be a third-level official, but it would definitely not be comfortable. The old man's mind raced, but in fact, it was only a matter of a moment. Assistant Minister Dong decided to change his original intention. He smiled at the girl and was about to ask if Miss Wan was comfortable living here. Did she need the Ministry of Rights to help her get a simple and elegant residence on Fulu Street or Peachleaf Alley in the small town? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. The daughter of Master Wan, who was unattainable in the eyes of all the officials of the Ministry of Rights, quickly walked to the side of the bumpkin boy and probably told him what Assistant Minister Dong had said. The boy listened to the girl's words with a calm expression, which really shocked the officials of the Ministry of Rights. How could Chen Pinggan have known that such a small matter could cause the minds of these distinguished people in the capital to wander thousands of miles away? After listening carefully to Ron Xiu's words, Chen Pinggan smiled and said to her, Xiu, please tell this old gentleman that I am a dragon kill worker. Now, I am doing odd jobs in the blacksmith shop. The reason why I was able to buy those mountains was because of Master Wan. When the green-clothed girl heard the name Xiu, she smiled until her limpid eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. In the end, she cheerfully used the Eastern Aquarius continent's official language to explain everything to the Great Li's old assistant minister. Dong Hu and all the officials of the Ministry of Rights were naturally proficient in the elegant language of the continent. Otherwise, wouldn't they be confirming the fallacy that the Dali dynasty was the barbarians of the north? In the capital of Dali, being able to speak the elegant language fluently and skillfully was an important criterion to distinguish between the rich and the poor. Dong Hu's expression became even more amiable. He smiled and nodded gently. After listening to Miss Wan's explanation, he said that he would not disturb Chen Pinggan any longer and would trouble Miss Wan to help them say goodbye to Master Wan. Since Master Wan was busy forging swords, they could not disturb him. Otherwise, the emperor, who had admired Master Wan for a long time, would definitely punish them. Ruan Xiu was not interested in these pleasantries. She made an O sound and did not say anything else. The old assistant minister, who had long become a shrewd person, did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After introducing Miss Wan to a few places in the capital of Dali, he led the group away with a calm expression. Song Yuzhang walked at the back of the group. Wu Yuan walked behind Song Yuzhang. Ruan Xiu accompanied Chen Pinggan to pour out the soil in the wicker basket. As she walked, she said, "My father said that the matter of buying the mountain will be settled soon. Other than the officials of the Ministry of Rights in Dali, he also needs the geomasters of Qintianjian to come forward. Together with you, the three parties need to sign before it can be settled. However, the geomasters led by the two masters Qing Wu are still carefully inspecting the topography and feng shui of all the mountains. It will probably be a few days before they come out." Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and put down the wicker basket. Looking at the busy figures around him, he asked, "Let's go to the stream and talk as we walk." Ruan Xiu smiled and said, "Sure." Ruan Xiu lowered her voice and said softly, "Other than Master Qing Wu and ordinary geomasters from Qintianjian, many Qi refinement warriors from the 100 schools and the unorthodox schools are also here. Among them, there are two young mountain-moving apes. One is a silver-backed ape and the other is a long-armed ape. They are usually kept in the deep mountains and forests. Only when needed will they be used to break the mountains or move the hills. There are also the Xialing armored warriors created by the Daoist talisman sect. It is a very magical thing. After the Qi refinement warrior imbues a thin piece of talisman paper with vital Qi, it can transform into an armored warrior that is 70 to 80 feet tall. It has immense strength. Although it is not as good as the mountain-moving apes, it is good that it is obedient and there will be no accidents. The mountain-moving apes have a violent temperament, especially the young ones. They are especially difficult to tame. Once they lose control, they will definitely die. Even if they are suppressed and killed, it will be a great loss. I heard that there are also the cardigan puppets created by the Mo family's master. Even I have not seen them before. If there is a chance, I must go and see for myself in the future. My father has picked two shops for you. One is a shop for pressuring the Lunar New Year, and the other is a grass shop. They are just right next to each other and you are very familiar with them. If you don't have any objections, my father can help you finalize the deal immediately. This is because this kind of small deal does not involve the feng shui of a dynasty or the fate of the mountains and rivers. It is not as troublesome as buying a mountain. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and smiled. Of course, no problem. Ruan Xiu suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously, "My father told me in private that the Emperor Dali has personally said that since the town now belongs to Dalis territory, Then all the treasures and artifacts left in the streets and among the people will be taken back to the national treasury at a high price. In the end, about 20 decent old items were collected in the town. The items handed over by the ordinary people in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley were half and half. It was just that the selling price was not high at all. In the end, Emperor Dali personally took out 7 or 8 items, making a total of 30 items. They were used as prizes for 30 of the mountains, which was equivalent to giving them to the buyer for free. Of course, the average person does not know which mountains have prizes and which do not, but my father knows that Shinsho Mountain and Luopa Mountain will definitely have them. Moreover, they are of excellent quality and are one of the best. In addition, my family's Lantern Mountain and your Luopa Mountain may each be conferred a mountain god by the Dali Imperial Court to oversee them. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and squatted by the stream, frowning. It seemed somewhat unreal. The Clay Bottle Alley youth had never dreamed that he would have such a day. The Straw Sandals youth's dream was at most related to festive couplets, majestic door gods, fragrant meat buns, and a bag full of clattering copper coins. Ruan Xiu squatted down with him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed that he could not say why, so he could only shake his head. He picked up a licorice and chewed it in his mouth like he was familiar with it. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled. "Miss Ruan, just now I called you Shosho in front of outsiders. Don't be angry. I saw so many high-ranking officials and was very nervous, so I wanted to pretend to be very familiar with you." Ruan Xiu blinked and asked a irrelevant question. "Well, is there any news about your friend recently? The one who carries a saber and a sword?" Chen Pingan was confused and said, "You mean Miss Ning? After she left, I don't know any news about her." Ruan Xiu smiled. Chen Pingan suddenly raised his head and turned towards the stone arch bridge. A familiar red figure was running towards him, its 2 legs moving like the wheels of a car. Chen Pingan had a bad premonition and hurriedly stood up. The little girl wearing a dirty and wrinkled red cotton-padded jacket came in front of him and looked up at him. Her face was actually full of tears. She was heartbroken and wrinkled her tanned little face. Choking with sobs, she said, "Mr. Ma died. Before he died, he asked me to come and find you. Tomorrow, Swords of the Future will be on the shelves. Welcome to subscribe. Chen Pingan will also leave the town tomorrow." 84. Published. This chapter has 10,000 words. P.S. Welcome to WeChat's official account, Fenghua 1985. Chen Pingan immediately looked around and didn't see anything strange. Only then did he take the little girl's hand and said softly, "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Chen Pingan thought for a moment. The stream was quiet and easy to hide from people's eyes and ears. However, ever since he noticed that there was something dirty in the stream, he didn't go into the water so easily. After the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket said this in a hurry, she immediately regretted it because there was an outsider standing beside Chen Pingan. It was Sister Ruan who wore a green dress and had a ponytail. Although Li Baoping had already met Ruan Xiu on the back of the green ox, at that time there was also the golden boy and jade girl from the Taoist school present. One of them raised 2 big green and red fish while the other led a snow-white elk. Both of them were related to the little girl's family. At this moment, Ruan Xiu certainly didn't look like a bad person. However, the little girl was most afraid of this kind of people. They had an unfamiliar relationship and looked very kind, but in the end, without even handing out a knife, the people close to them had already been stabbed to death. In the beginning, Mr. Ma and that person surnamed Kui were walking together, quoting classics and talking loudly, singing poems and singing songs. In Li Huai's words, this person surnamed Kui was either Old Man Ma's illegitimate son or his grandson. Otherwise, their relationship wouldn't be so good. No one would have thought that the high-spirited Mr. Ma would die in the hands of the righteous gentleman whose name shook the world. According to Mr. Ma's earliest words, among all the Confucian sages of the Eastern Vase continent, there were 2 people who were particularly outstanding and were known as senior and junior monarchs. Mr. Kui was the famous Lakeview junior monarch. Before the unforeseen event, Almost everyone had a good impression of Kui Ming Huang. He was cultured, refined, and extremely knowledgeable. It was as if he knew everything and could answer any question. Lin Shuyi was the only one who did not like Kui Ming Huang from the very beginning. However, as someone who came from a wealthy family in the Peachleaf Alley, it seemed that he was born with a cold and stern expression, as if someone owed him several million taels of silver. Because he was estranged from the other 4 children, he had mocked and ridiculed Kui Junzi many times in the beginning, but no one understood what he meant. They only thought that Lin Shuyi was jealous that Kui Ming Huang was more graceful and elegant than him. Although Wan Xiu did not understand why the young lady was looking at her with such unfriendly eyes, she still suggested, "Why don't we go to our newly built sword forging room?" The frightened young lady held onto Chen Pingan's hand tightly and shook her head vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pleading. "Chen Pingan, let's not go to places with strangers, okay?" Chen Pingan gently held onto Li Baoping's hand and said gently, "Trust me, the sword forging room in the blacksmith shop is the safest place." The young lady raised her head and looked at Chen Pingan's eyes. They were like the clear stream she saw when she first walked to the river by herself when she was young. The flowing water was so slow that she could see the bottom. At that time, the child felt that she would never grow up. At this moment, the young lady who was in a life-and-death situation was filled with grievances. She cried again and sobbed, "Chen Pingan, don't lie to me." Chen Pingan's eyes were firm. "I won't lie to you." Ruan Xiu brought the 2 of them to the sword forging room and took out the key to open the door. She stood on the spot and smiled, "I won't go in. I'll keep a lookout outside. Even if my father comes, he's not allowed to enter." Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice, "Can you bring her something to eat and drink? I think when she's not so nervous, her spirit will collapse all of a sudden. At that time, filling her stomach is more important than anything else. I was always like this when I was young." Ruan Xiu nodded her head and turned her body slightly. She flipped her wrist and a small silk bag appeared out of nowhere. She handed it over to Chen Pingan and said, "These are 5 pieces of peach blossom cakes made by the shop. Take them first. I'll go get a pot of water so that she won't choke." Chen Pingan and Li Baoping sat opposite each other. Although the young lady took the peach blossom cakes, she did not show any signs of eating them. Chen Pingan said softly, "What's going on? Tell me." Li Baoping spoke very slowly, which seemed to be contradictory to her usual impatient personality. However, the young lady spoke slowly, which allowed Chen Pingan to sort out his thoughts and put himself in her shoes to think about the problem. Before the old Mr. Ma from the school died, the journey of the 5 children to study abroad was very smooth. The ox cart and 2-horse carriages traveled hundreds of miles. Mr. Ma and Kui Ming Huang from Lakeview Academy had a good chat and became friends despite the difference in age. However, one day, when Mr. Ma was checking on their homework, he suddenly said that he wanted to discuss the itinerary with Kui Ming Huang. It was possible that they would part ways and part ways. After all good things must come to an end. However, the children waited for a long time and did not see Mr. Ma and Kui Ming Huang return. Thus, Li Baoping and Li Huai ran to look for them. In the end, Li Huai was the first to find Mr. Ma lying in a pool of blood. Not to mention his hands and feet, the old man's injuries were so serious that even his eyes and ears were bleeding. It felt like the old man's body was like a bamboo basket that had been lifted from a stream. The dying Mr. Ma asked Li Huai to only bring Li Baoping to his side. After Li Baoping came to his side, the old man only held her hand. For some reason, the old man, who was originally unable to say a single word, finally gave Li Baoping a simple explanation. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun, or perhaps it was a last-ditch effort. At this point, the young lady in the red cotton-padded jacket was already sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Pingan was not the kind of person who knew how to comfort people. He could only silently move a stool closer to the young lady and reach out to wipe her tears. He repeated, "Don't cry, don't cry." The young lady sniffled hard and continued, "Mr. Ma held my hand and told me that I must find you alone. He told me to be careful of the people from Lakeview Academy and Dallas Capital. Don't trust anyone." Chen Pingan's expression was solemn as he asked, "Where are Shi Chuanjia and the others?" Li Baoping, whose face was full of tears, suddenly grinned and said, "The four of them are taking the out-of-towner coachman around Mud Bottle Alley." Lin Shuyi felt that the coachman was not a good person. Maybe he and Mr. Kui worked together to kill Mr. Ma. After we found a place to bury Mr. Ma, the coachman said that we couldn't go to Cliff Academy because Mr. Ma and Mr. Kui had just received news that the academy where Mr. Chi was the hill master had moved from Dali to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom. Without Mr. Ma to lead the way, we would be killed by the border army for treason before we could reach the Great Sui Kingdom. We didn't have any ideas at that time. In the end, Mr. Ma didn't tell us what to do. Should we go back to the town school and wait for the next teacher, or go to the Great Sui Kingdom and continue to study at Cliff Academy? Mr. Ma also told us. So we had to follow the coachman back here. But the coachman also said that all of our elders' families had moved to Dallas capital. If you don't believe it, you can go to the town and ask people. Once you ask, you will know that he is telling the truth because the Dali government allowed every family to leave someone in the town. Ruan Xiu took a pot of water and knocked on the door before entering the swordcasting room. Li Baoping immediately shut up. Ruan Xiu didn't forget to close the door after she left. The young lady waited until the door was closed before she continued. The coachman was very strange. He deliberately asked us who knew a young man named Chen Pingan who lived in a place called Mud Bottle Alley. He said that he wanted to help Mr. Ma pass a message to you. I didn't say anything at that time. Chen Pingan nodded. You did the right thing. Let's fill our stomachs first. Li Baoping wolfed down 3 pastries in a row and gulped down a mouthful of water. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and quickly said, "Later, the 5 of us found an opportunity to discuss and felt that it was absolutely impossible to just wait for death. So we came up with an idea. The day before we arrived at the town, Shi Chuanjia began to pretend to be sick. I had to take care of her all the time. Then I privately told Li Huai about the distribution of the alleys in Mud Bottle Alley and asked him to admit that he had known you for a long time. The reason was that his father, Li used to be a waiter in the Yang family's shop. There was once a young man in Mud Bottle Alley with the surname Chen who often went to the shop to sell herbs. But when the coachman first asked, he didn't think of this at all. Chen Pingan was a little confused. Li Baoping blushed and explained, I often saw you by the stream in the town going up the mountain to pick herbs alone. Or when you went down the mountain, you would carry a big basket of herbs. Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His eyes indicated that he understood. Chen Pingan was a little scared at the same time. He said in a low voice, "What you did was actually very dangerous." The little girl nodded and said, "I know. So before the 5 of us discussed this matter, I made it clear to them." Lin Shuyi said that Li Baoping's life was the most valuable and that he wasn't afraid of death. He was just an annoying illegitimate son, so he didn't care. Shi Chuanjia was a little stupid and said that she would listen to me anyway. Li Huai said that what was there to be afraid of? He was dead. Besides, if something happened to him, although his father Li was a coward and didn't have any ability, his mother would definitely avenge him. Dong Shuijing was the most straightforward and said that he was strong. If the matter was exposed, he would let the 4 of us run first and he would fight the coachman to the death. But I don't think it was that dangerous. If the coachman really wanted to kill us, he didn't have to wait until we reached the town. He must have some ulterior motives. I guess one of the mastermind's motives must be related to you. Li Baoping ate the last 2 pieces of peach blossom cake and took a deep breath. Later, we finally arrived at the town's apricot blossom lane. I asked Dong Shuijing and Li Huai to bring the coachman down and said that we could take a shortcut to Mud Bottle Lane. In fact, Li Huai had to take him in a big circle. As soon as they left, I immediately ran out of the carriage and went to Mud Bottle Lane to look for you. But I found that your house's door was locked. Fortunately, a neighbor passed by and I asked him. Only then did I know that you were an apprentice at the blacksmith's shop. I was so worried. Chen Pingan was a little shocked this time. He asked, "You came up with this series of plans?" Li Baoping shook her head. Lin Shuyi also came up with ideas. For example, we couldn't casually find a place far from Mud Bottle Lane and casually say that this is Mud Bottle Lane. That would easily expose us and I wouldn't be able to run far. It's best to park the carriage in Dong Shirajing's house's Apricot Blossom Lane. It's not far from Mud Bottle Lane and there's room to take a detour. Moreover, when the coachman arrived at Apricot Blossom Lane, he would definitely ask his ancestors. After confirming that it's true, it would be much easier for us to deceive him. Li Baoping said in a deep voice. In the end, it was proven to be true. Chen Pinggan couldn't help rubbing the little girl's head and praised, "You're amazing." Li Baoping smiled. If you weren't at home, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing would be even more safe. They wouldn't have to worry about being forced to confront each other and expose the truth. Li Baoping asked curiously, why did Mr. Ma and the coachman, who couldn't speak the dialect of the small town, all want to find you? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, I'm also curious. For now, I only know that it might be related to the few things that Mr. Qi gave me. Mr. Qi once took him to ask for locust tree leaves, but the last locust tree leaf with the word yarrow on it had already been used. That jasper hairpin? However, Mr. Qi and Ning Yarrow both said that the hairpin was made of ordinary material and was just an ordinary hairpin used to hold up hair. Seal. Chen Pinggan's mood was heavy. That was most likely the case. Mr. Qi gave him 2 seals, which totaled to 4. Many years ago, Old Yang told him to treasure the seal with the word Jing on it. The complete seal had the 4 words calm and proud. In addition, Mr. Qi also casually said that if he found an interesting landscape map in the future, he could use the pair of seals to mark it. Thinking about the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers after Liju Cave landed, there would really be gods of mountains and rivers. Among them, the Luopa mountain that he was about to buy was one. Li Baoping suddenly took out 3 withered locust tree leaves and showed them to Chen Pinggan. She said sadly, the green leaves have turned yellow. Chen Pinggan suddenly understood. At that time, it must have been these 3 locust tree leaves that helped Mr. Ma to prolong his life. That was why he could speak a few more words. In fact, this was the truth. If Li Baoping hadn't been so lucky and kept the 3 ancestral shade scholar tree leaves with him, the old man probably wouldn't have been able to say a single word and would have died unwillingly. Chen Pinggan had now deposited all his valuable belongings in the blacksmith shop. Master Wan gave him the yellow mud hut where Ning Yarrow lived before. Not to mention the 8 snake gallstones that were still the same color, the rest of the 100 or so common snake gallstones were moved out from the ancestral house in Nipping Lane and the courtyard of Liu Xianyang's house. They were all piled up at the foot of the wall of this house. However, Chen Pinggan always carried the Fangjing seal and the Hanshan repertoire with him. Chen Pinggan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, the coachman should be on his way to the blacksmith shop. Why don't you hide here first, and I'll go and secretly bring Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shuyi, who were left by the ox cart. If the coachman asks, I can ask someone here to tell him that I have a habit of going out for a walk. Also, when the coachman arrives at my house in Clay Bottle Alley, he should be aware of your detour. Of course, he may not say anything on the surface, but after that, you will really be in danger. Chen Pinggan saw that Li Baoping was still a little hesitant. He said in a deep voice, believe me, if your family has moved away, then this is the only safe place left in the town. Li Baoping thought for a moment and asked, do you trust Master Wan, who blacksmiths here? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, I trust the rules that Mr. Qi once said more. Li Baoping smiled brightly, I understand. Once Li Baoping made up her mind, she instantly burst out with amazing decisiveness, since you trust Sister Wan, then I'll ask her to bring Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shuyi here. Then we'll find a place to hide. You can talk with the bad coachman at ease. Let's see what he's up to first. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, okay. Chen Pinggan walked out of the swordcasting room with Li Baoping. Probably to avoid suspicion, Wan Xiu sat a little farther away from the door on a small green bamboo chair, swaying her body from side to side in boredom. After Chen Pinggan finished his request, Wan Xiu said without hesitation, no problem. Then Wan Xiu squatted down and turned to look at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, motioning for her to lie on her back. Li Baoping's face was filled with reluctance. I can run very fast. Wan Xiu smiled and said, I'm definitely faster. The little girl turned to look angrily at Chen Pinggan, clearly hoping that he could prove that she ran very fast. Chen Pinggan was about to speak when Wan Xiu said seriously to the adult and child, "I've gone back and forth a few times. You and Chen Pinggan still haven't run to the town." Li Baoping curled her lips. "I know there are immortals and ghosts in the world, but do you think it's so easy to be an immortal?" Chen Pinggan made the final decision. "Listen to Sister Wan, quick." Li Baoping sighed and could only obediently lie on Wan Xiu's back. It was so soft and comfortable that the little girl dozed off. Before Wan Xiu left, she said to Chen Pinggan, "If there's anything, you can find my father." Chen Pinggan nodded. Whoosh! The little girl in the cotton-padded jacket hugging Miss Wan's neck was suddenly so scared that her hair stood on end. She felt a strong wind whistling past her ears. She turned her head and looked down. How did the house become as small as the bluestones on Fulu Street? That stream was as thin as a rope. On the ground, Chen Pinggan was dumbstruck as he watched Miss Wan carrying Li Baoping rise from the ground and disappear in a flash. The youth thought that Miss Wan and Miss Ning were both immortals. In a quiet and serene house in Erlang Alley, Kui Dong stood by the pool and the dull youth sat quietly on a small bench. Kui Dong softly ordered, "Go get a cup of water." The youth immediately stood up and brought a cup of cold water with both hands. Kui Dong took the cup and shook his wrist. The water in the cup casually splashed into the pool and turned into a thin blue water curtain. Kui Dong's thoughts moved slightly and the scene of the ox cart and the horse carriage entering the town one after another appeared on the water curtain. The people and the objects were all exposed. Kui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and appeared to be very relaxed. He exerted strength from the tip of his toes and the heel of his feet respectively. His entire body swayed back and forth like a roly-poly toy. There was none of the nervousness and anxiety that a Qi refinement warrior should have when the opportunity to attain Dao was approaching. Kui Dong saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket bid farewell to her peers with two red cheeks, jump off the horse carriage and run on the streets. Then, the coachman was tricked by the two youths to go to Apricot Blossom Alley. This Dali imperial tutor clicked his tongue and said, "Previously, I even mocked Song Jianqiang's spies that grew up eating feces. I didn't expect that the spies that I trained were more or less the same. They grew up drinking urine." However, Kui Dong was soon relieved. The water curtain kept showing the running figure of Li Baoping. He muttered to himself, "The children here are smart to begin with, especially Song Jisin and Zhao Yaro's group. They are slightly older. Then, there is the second group, including this little girl. They are outstanding people. They are very intelligent at a very early age and are quick to understand. They really can't be underestimated." When he saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket running towards the stone arch bridge, the brilliance in Kui Dong's eyes rippled like waves crashing against a rock. Kui Dong slightly shifted his gaze, no longer staring at the water curtain. He closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes, the little girl had already run across the stone arch bridge. Kui Dong frowned slightly. Is it because Dallas royal family's methods are too bloody and cruel, so it provoked the old sword's natural disgust? So much so that it developed some feelings of disgust towards me, the person who raised the dragon in Dali? But logically speaking, although the true history of this sword is already untraceable, and there are only some illusory rumors, since it is an ancient sword, what kind of killing scene has it not experienced? It shouldn't be so stingy, right? The scene on the water curtain was getting closer and closer to the blacksmith's shop. The water curtain created by the cup of water shattered without warning. The countless water droplets that splashed out in all directions hit the walls, windows, and pillars of the house, and exploded into countless holes. However, the water droplets that shot towards Kui Dong and the young man seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly exploding into even finer water droplets. Ruan Cheng's voice came from the courtyard. "Don't push your luck." Kui Dong raised his head and laughed. "Saints are really stingy. If you don't want to look, then don't look. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. After all, this is the ancestral home of the Yuan family. What if I return to the capital and get punished for it?" Kui Dong muttered to himself, "The felons of the Lu dynasty should be here by now." Kui Dong lowered his head and glanced at the young man. After retracting his gaze, the left and right index fingers hidden in his sleeves tapped lightly. He said softly, just in case, just in case. When Li Huai and Dong Shuijing brought the coachman to Chen Pinggan, the latter was building a house with someone. Li Huai's eyes darted around furtively. Dong Shuijing's expression was normal, and he had the demeanor of a general. Chen Pinggan, who was covered in dust, walked to the three of them and asked in confusion, "Are you looking for me?" The coachman's appearance was ordinary, and he looked like an honest farmer. He rubbed his hands and walked to Chen Pinggan, whispering, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said in a low voice, "Let's talk here." Although the coachman's face showed displeasure, his heart relaxed slightly. This was the temperament of an ordinary young man from the streets. The middle-aged man hesitated. "Do you know Mr. Chi from the town school?" The young man with straw sandals said unhappily, "Everyone in the town knows Mr. Chi, but it's hard to say if Mr. Chi will recognize us." Li Huai held back his evil laughter. Dong Shuijing from Apricot Blossom Lane looked at Chen Pinggan from Clay Bottle Lane. Someone hurriedly shouted from the other side of the house, "Don't be lazy, Mr. Chen. Finish your words quickly and get back to work." The young man sighed and said to the coachman, "If you have something to say, just say it, okay?" The man rubbed his cheeks with both hands, exhaled, and said in a low voice, "I'm a man of sacrifice from the Dali Imperial Court, and I'm responsible for protecting these children on their way to the Cliff Academy. Of course, I don't deny that I have the responsibility to make sure they aren't abducted by outsiders, such as the Great Sway Kingdom and Lakeview Academy. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, and it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. But I don't care what your relationship with Mr. Chi is, and I don't care if you know Mr. Ma Zhon or Mr. Ma. I hope you'll be careful in the near future, because Mr. Ma was killed on the way to the Cliff Academy. Before that, Mr. Ma occasionally chatted with me, and he mentioned you twice. The first time, he said that he remembered a child who liked to squat outside the school window when he was sweeping the floor a long time ago. The second time, he said that before Mr. Chi resigned as a teacher and the Hill Master of the Academy, he said that you were also a good student, but it was a pity that he couldn't take you to the Cliff Academy." The man smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that these children are homeless now. They don't dare to go to the academy, and they don't have a home in the town. You know, not everyone can study in the Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Chi. In our capital of Dali, there are millions of people. It's said that after so many years, there are only a dozen students from the Cliff Academy, and now they're all high-ranking officials." Li Huai lowered his head, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Dong Shuijing stood in place, expressionless. In the distance, Ruan Xiu coughed softly. Chen Pinggan turned his head, and the girl in cyan nodded with a smile. Chen Pinggan understood and only called Li Huai's name. "Li Huai, you two come here. I have something to ask you first." Li Huai said "Oh" and pulled Dong Shuijing forward. When the man realized that something was wrong, Chen Pinggan suddenly pulled Li Huai and Dong Shuijing behind him. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for greeting me. In the future, I'll take care of these children in the school for Mr. Ma. In the future, I'll ask for their opinion before I go to the capital to find their parents or do something else." The man laughed dryly and said, "Chen Pinggan, this is not appropriate. After all, I can take care of their safety better than you." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm rich now, and I know the county magistrate, Wu Yuan, and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu. If there's really something, I'll look for them. Of course, I'll ask our master Ruan to help me pass the message first." The coachman pursed his lips and glanced out of the corner of his eye. He found a man who wasn't very tall standing under the eaves. The coachman, who originally wanted to kill him, suddenly sweated and said to Chen Pinggan with a smile, "Okay, since Mr. Ma is willing to believe you, I certainly believe in your character. Chen Pinggan, if you need my help in the future, you can find me at the 3rd Women Tomb Alley in the north of the town. I live in the small house at the northernmost end of the alley." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's a deal." The coachman turned and left. Chen Pinggan's forehead was sweating. When the man completely disappeared from his sight, he said to the two people, "Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, come with me to see Li Baoping." Li Huai asked, Li Baoping already told you everything? Chen Pinggan nodded. Dong Shuijing asked, what about Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shuyi? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, they've already been brought over. Dong Shuijing glanced at him and didn't say anything. In that temporarily empty swordcasting room, Chen Pinggan stood facing the 5 students sitting in rows on 2 long benches. According to age, they were Shi Chuanjia from the Dragon Rider Alley, Lin Shuyi from the Peachleaf Alley, Dong Shuijing from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Li Baoping from the Fulu Street, and Li Huai from the westernmost part of the town. Except for Li Huai, who was the youngest and had a relatively large gap in age, the other 4 were only a few months apart. Chen Pinggan asked, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing have already explained the situation. What do you think the outsider who calls himself Dallas Death Warrior wants to do? Lin Shuyi, whose expensive fox fur coat had long since disappeared, said coldly, we don't even know why that Kui person wanted to kill Mr. Ma, so how can we talk about anything else? Shi Chuanjia clung tightly to Li Baoping's shoulder, her face slightly pale and still somewhat fearful. But after returning to the town, especially after seeing the relatively familiar Chen Pinggan, this little girl with pigtails felt much more at ease. At the very least, she didn't have to worry that she would suddenly become as miserable as Mr. Ma after his death. When they were helping to dig a hole to bury him, Shi Chuanjia was so frightened that she hid far away, crying bitterly. From beginning to end, she was of no help. Li Huai was not much better. He hid even further away than her, his teeth chattering. At this moment, Li Huai was hugging his stomach, crying miserably. He muttered, hungry and thirsty. This is what it means to be hungry and cold. Father, mother, your son is living a very hard life. Li Baoping turned her head and glared. Li Huai. Li Huai hung his head and secretly tugged at the sleeve of Dong Shuijing, who was sitting on the far right. Shuijing, are you hungry? Dong Shuijing calmly said, I can pretend that I'm not hungry. Li Huai rolled his eyes. Li Baoping was disheartened. She unconsciously reached out to grab Shi Chuanjia's pigtails and shook it hard. In reality, everything is in a fog. We can't see through it or guess it. Lin Shuyi is right. The chess player on the other side is definitely a master. We are too inexperienced. The most important thing is to protect our lives. After confirming that there is no danger, we can talk about other things. For example, we can quickly greet our family members who have moved to Dallas capital and tell them that we are safe. After Li Baoping said tell them that they are safe, everyone unconsciously looked at the person wearing straw sandals opposite them. Chen Pinggan was silent for a long time. Then he asked, since we can't figure out what others are thinking, we should figure out what we are thinking. Seeing that the 5 people opposite him had no objections, Chen Pinggan asked, do you want to go to Dallas capital safely and find your parents and elders? Or, Li Huai painfully wailed. My parents have taken my sister to God knows where to enjoy life. Why would I go to the capital? With my uncle's family's temper, once they are rich, they will only bully me more. In the past, they treated me as a thief, but in the future, won't they treat me as an enemy? The world is so big, but there is no place for me, Li Huai. Li Baoping went around Shi Chuanjia and hit Li Huai with a chestnut. Li Huai immediately lost his temper. Dong Shuijing thought for a while and said sullenly, I want to study. If my parents stay in the town, I don't have to study. I can help them work in the fields. But if I go to the capital, what can I do? I don't even know how to speak Dallas official language. I am not Li Baoping, a person who learns everything quickly. Besides, when my grandfather died, he wanted me to die in the school too. He said that if I can't be a scholar in the future, I shouldn't go to his grave. He didn't recognize me as his grandson. If the school in the town continues to operate, I will stay in the town. Shi Chuanjia's eyes were red. She said timidly, I want to go to the capital to find my parents. Lin Shuyi, who was sitting on the far left of the bench, frowned. I will go wherever it is safe. Li Baoping crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes were shining and she was in high spirits. She said loudly, I want to go to Cliff Academy. I want to go to the place where Mr. Chi studies. Li Baoping stood up and stood between Chen Pinggan and his 4 classmates. She pointed at Dong Shuijing. Not to mention Dali, in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, Mr. Chi's Cliff Academy is the most famous. If your grandfather knew that you stayed in the town to study and didn't go to Cliff Academy, I think he wouldn't be able to close his coffin. Of course, if you are afraid of dying, don't go. If you stay here and study for 10 years, you can be considered a half-baked scholar. It's better than dying on the way to school. Dong Shirajing's face turned red when he heard Li Baoping's words. Li Baoping pointed at Lin Shuyi. Aren't you an illegitimate child who is looked down upon by others? And you also look down on a rich kid like me who was born in Fulu Street. After you go to Cliff Academy, who dares to look down on you? Of course, Mr. Chi said that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. So, if Lin Shuyi is willing to stay here, I can't be bothered with you. As soon as Shi Chuanjia saw Li Baoping pointing at her, she burst into tears. Li Baoping's face was filled with anger and sorrow as she sat back down. Li Huai was puzzled and said, Li Baoping, why didn't you scold me? Li Baoping replied, I don't want to talk to you. Li Huai was stunned. Then, he silently raised his head, his face full of grief and anger. Chen Pinggan didn't look at the other 4 people. He only looked at the girl in the red jacket and asked, Are you sure you want to go to Cliff Academy? Li Baoping nodded. Mr. Chi said that our Cliff Academy's collection of books is the best in the continent. Mr. Chi also said that even if he can't answer all my questions, I can find the answers from the books there. Our Cliff Academy. It was obvious that the girl had long regarded herself as a student of that academy. Chen Pinggan finally asked, Aren't you afraid of hardships? The girl's aura weakened slightly. I'm a little scared when I'm alone. Chen Pinggan smiled brightly. Okay. Li Baoping looked confused. Huh? Chen Pinggan said seriously, I'll accompany you to Cliff Academy. Li Baoping wanted to say something but stopped. Her eyes were red. If it weren't for the 4 cowards sitting next to her, this fearless girl in the red jacket would have burst into tears. A long, long time ago, when she went to the stream to catch the crab for the first time, she had secretly cried outside the house. That was why she could be so proud when she ran into the house. Chen Pinggan waved at Li Baoping. When Li Baoping walked in front of him, he said to the other 4 people on the bench, The 4 of you wait here for a while. Li Baoping and I will go find someone and talk about something that will be related to you guys. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Then Chen Pinggan held the girl's hand and walked out of the sword forging room together. The youth in straw sandals seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to someone. I said that I must do what I promised. Li Baoping wiped her tears and said, But you also said that if I couldn't do it, I could say hello. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said softly, Mr. Chi is no longer here. He can't hear me if I say hello. About half an hour later, even though the youth had already left with the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, the military Saint Ruan Tian was still sitting on the small bamboo chair. He was still in a daze. Ruan Xiu was also sitting on the chair. Looking at the empty bamboo chair, her heart was in a mess. The youth asked Ruan Ju to help him buy 5 mountains, but he would soon leave the town. If he could not return, he would give 4 of the 5 mountains, Luopa Mountain, Treasure Hill Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain, to Liu Xianyang, Jiyu Kan, Ning Yarrow, and Ruan Xiu. He would only leave the lonely Zhenju Mountain for himself for 300 years. He could ask Master Ruan to hire people to look after the 2 neighboring shops in the town. If the business wasn't good, it didn't matter if the shop closed for a day. However, he would keep the 100 or so ordinary snake gallstones and let Master Ruan sell them there. The money he earned would be used to maintain the shop's operation. Although the 2 shops didn't need to worry about making money, the youth hoped that every worker in the shop would be told that the shop owner was a Chen family in Mud Bottle Alley. Also, Master Ruan had to send the 4 students safely to the capital of Dali. As a reward, the youth gave half of the dragon beheading platform and all the remaining gold and copper coins to Master Ruan. Ruan Tian didn't refuse. However, Ruan Tian said that he could only guarantee that he and Li Baoping would be sent to the southern border of Dali. After they left the border, their lives and wealth would be up to the heavens. Chen Pinggan nodded in agreement. In the twilight, Chen Pinggan walked to the town alone after settling the 5 children. He walked across the stone arch bridge, into the town, into Mud Bottle Alley, and back to his house. Night fell. The youth looked calm as he lit a lamp. The youth faced the lamp and didn't sleep, just like he did every year during the spring festival. The lamp flickered, reflecting the youth's silent and persevering eyes. On the stone arch bridge, someone laughed and asked, "The 1,000-year-old dark room is lit up with a light. Senior, what do you think?" Someone replied, "Yes." When Chen Pinggan woke up, he found that he saw that person for the 4th time. She was hovering in the air, her snow-white sleeves fluttering in the wind. That person's toes touched the ground gently as she walked towards Chen Pinggan. With every step, that person's face became clearer. That person was still tall, but she didn't look bloated at all. That person was actually a woman. To the youth, she could only be said to be extremely beautiful, so beautiful that she couldn't be more beautiful. She stood in front of the youth and finally stopped. She lowered her head and bent down, staring into the youth's clear eyes. She said softly, "I have waited for 8,000 years. Chen Pinggan, although your cultivation talent is far from my previous master's, it doesn't matter." She lowered her head and moved closer, almost touching Chen Pinggan's forehead with her forehead. "Chen Pinggan, I want to ask you to help me say a word to the 4 heavens outside. Is that okay?" Chen Pinggan nodded subconsciously. The tall woman suddenly smiled. She suddenly knelt on one knee. Even so, she only needed to raise her head slightly to meet the eyes of the thin Chen Pinggan. "Okay, from today onwards, Chen Pinggan, you are my second and last master." Chen Pinggan was stunned. The tall woman covered in snow-white light narrowed her eyes, a smile on her lips. She knelt on one knee towards the ignorant youth. She was in high spirits, and her eyes seemed to contain the scenery of mountains and rivers. She said in a deep voice, "Chen Pinggan, please repeat that oath with me. Is that okay?" She stretched out a hand and gently placed it in front of the youth. Chen Pinggan also stretched out a hand and gently placed it together. She closed her eyes and said slowly, "The heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Chen Pinggan, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and split open the heaven." The youth followed her and said in his heart, "The heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Chen Pinggan, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and split open the heaven." 85. When Chen Pinggan woke up, he found that the oil lamp on the table was extinguished, and the sky outside the window was already bright. He only remembered the 5 sentences that the tall woman said to him. "You will forget all the secrets I told you before when you wake up. You don't have to try to remember them. I just want to talk. If I show up now, even if the sages don't come to suppress you and me, you won't be able to bear it with your current body and spirit. It will do you more harm than good. Therefore, we set a 100-year time limit. As long as you successfully enter the 10th level of Chi trainers within 100 years, you can return to the stone arch bridge in the town and take the iron sword. I chose you as my master. In the future, you can't be arrogant and complacent because of this matter, and you can't belittle yourself. In the past 8,000 years, I have seen too many amazing talents. The recent ones, such as Cao Shi, Xieshe, and Ma Kuxuan, are not worthy of my attention. Therefore, I chose you not because I am dying, but because I have no other choice. Although I can't fight with you for the time being, I still have to give you face. During the dragon-slaying war 3,000 years ago, I had nothing to do, so I watched the children fight. It was lively, but things were scattered all over the ground. I picked up a good-looking white jade pendant. It looked simple and elegant without any carvings. It was small and exquisite, and can be used to store things. It belongs to the age of the jade pendant. Compared with the popular Fengsuan arsenal and Fengsuan sword tomb, it is of a higher grade. The size of the space is about the same as your ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, and you don't need to show it to others. It can be nourished in the acupoint. I have already made you the same as it. When you touch something, you can store it in the acupoint where the jade pendant is located. Unless an ascendant realm cultivator breaks it by force, it won't be damaged at all. The bad news is that you can only use the jade pendant when you enter the middle 5 realms. Well, the last name is Immortal Sister. I like it very much, so I put 3 very small wisps of sword chi on you. Chen Pinggan was in a daze. It felt like a lifetime ago. He just wanted to go back to his house and light up the lamp until dawn before leaving the town. He wanted to make up for the New Year's Eve that he was destined to not be able to do. Chen Pinggan felt a headache coming on. Chen Pinggan's current body was already full of holes, not to mention the 5th and 10th levels of the Qi Refinement Warrior. He was like a dilapidated hut in a storm. It was extremely difficult to gather and store the wind. Therefore, how could he cultivate Qi and become an immortal? Not only was Chen Pinggan destined to be unable to cultivate, but if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on boxing to nourish his body. Ning Yarrow had once unintentionally mentioned that it was easy to break a person's root and aperture acupoints, just like how Cai Qinqian had guided Chen Pinggan and forcibly enlightened his aperture acupoints. However, to reconstruct a complete body, especially one suitable for cultivation, was harder than ascending to heaven. In fact, the reason was very simple. If a child were to randomly hack at a door with a kitchen knife, it would only take some effort. However, it would be very difficult to repair that broken door. In fact, what Chen Pinggan was most afraid of was that he had promised Li Baoping to escort her to the Cliff Academy. It would be a long journey and it was hard to say if he could return to his hometown alive. Why was there an additional promise of 100 years? Chen Pinggan was honest with her at that time, but the lady in white dismissed him with one sentence. It's okay, I have no room for regret now. I will recognize you, Chen Pinggan, as my master. If you die, I will just wait for my death. When that old sword falls into the stream one day, my soul will completely dissipate. It's okay, you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and can't blame anyone else. At that time, Chen Pinggan thought to himself, since you have said so, can I live with my conscience? And what do you mean by can't blame anyone else? Isn't it just the 2 of us? Chen Pinggan did not know anything about the 10th level of the Qi Refinement Warrior. He also did not know what the thing that was close at hand and the thing that was inches away were. In addition to the inexplicable huge burden, the young man actually felt a little joy deep in his heart. It turned out that from today onwards, there was one more person in this world who needed to rely on him. At the end of the conversation in the dream, Chen Pinggan remembered that he and the lady in white sat side by side on a golden stone arch bridge. It was extremely long and he could not see the end of it. It was like a flood dragon shuttling in the sea of clouds. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and leaned on the table. In the end, he felt that Old Man Yarrow's words were the easiest to understand. If it's yours, take it well and don't throw it away. If it's not yours, don't even think about it. Chen Pinggan put all the items that should be packed into a small basket. Slingshots, fishing hooks, fishing lines, flint, and so on. They were very trivial. Finally, he carefully took out a small cloth bag from the bottom of the clay pot, which contained a bag of broken porcelain. There were quite a lot of things scattered around, but they were not heavy. When going on a long journey, Chen Pinggan would often travel 100 or 200 miles on mountain roads. If he carried too much weight, it would definitely be a bad thing. He had to know how to rely on the mountain to make use of the mountain and the river to make use of the water. Chen Pinggan carried the small basket on his back. After locking the door, he stood in the courtyard and saw the locust tree branch leaning against the wall. After thinking for a moment, he opened the door again and placed it inside the house to prevent it from being exposed to the elements and rotting early. Chen Pinggan carried the 2 taels of silver that he earned when he went into the mountains to pick herbs and went to Apricot Blossom Lane and Riding Dragon Lane. It was still early, so the straw sandals youth squatted outside the closed shop and waited patiently. When the shop owner yawned and opened the door, the youth bought incense, paper money, and a pot of wine called Peach Blossom Spring Roasted Wine. Finally, he wanted to buy a bag of bitter cakes from the shop. He remembered that when he was young, His mother had eaten it once and said that it was very delicious. She also said that when Chen Pingan's 5th birthday, she would buy it again. Therefore, Chen Pingan remembered very clearly. However, when he arrived at the shop assistant said that the shop had long stopped making these kinds of cakes. There was an old master who knew how to make them, but the shop was about to close down. The old master had long followed the shopkeeper to the capital to enjoy life. Chen Pingan had no choice but to buy a bag of peach blossom cakes that Yuan Xiu gave to Li Baoping yesterday. The youth walked out of the town and passed by the small temple where he and Ning Yarrow hid from the mountain-moving ape. He still had to go south until he came to a small mountain ridge. The youth then began to walk up. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw a barren field that had not been planted for many years. There were also 2 small mounds of earth. There were no weeds in the field or on the mounds. Chen Pingan stood in front of the 2 mounds of earth and slowly squatted down. He took off the basket on his back and placed the things that were used to worship the ancestors one by one. The town had been like this for thousands of years. He did not know if it had been like this since the beginning or if the customs had changed later on. The people, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, did not kneel and kowtow when they went to worship the ancestors. They only needed to light 3 incense sticks and worship 3 times. After all, this youth from Mud Bottle Alley who had only been exposed to the 4 years of family customs was no exception. However, before he lit the incense, Chen Pingan symbolically grabbed a handful of earth by his feet as usual. He added some earth to the mound and then gently pressed it down. This time, because he was in a hurry, he could only take the earth nearby. Otherwise, every time the youth went into the mountains, he would secretly take a handful of earth from each mountain and bring it here. Of course, there was no special meaning. He just wanted to feel at ease. The youth always felt that he had never been filial to his parents in his life. He had to do something to make himself feel better. In addition, Old Man Yarrow had said that the older generation of people who burned porcelain had paid attention to this tradition from generation to generation. Therefore, Chen Pingan had persisted for so many years. The 2 small graves were close to each other, leaning against each other. There was no tombstone. After Chen Pingan lit 3 incense sticks, he faced the mound and kowtowed 3 times. He then inserted the incense sticks in front of the mound. Only then did he open the pot of wine and gently pour it in front of him. In the end, Chen Pingan stood up, closed his eyes and put his palms together. He told his parents what was in his heart. For example, this time, he brought along the little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket named Li Baoping for a long trip. He did not know how many thousands of miles they would be away from their hometown. A handsome youth stood in a small temple by the road. He looked up at the names written on the wall with charcoal pencil. They were densely packed, crooked, big and small. Perhaps in the eyes of the townsfolk, those children's play was not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, in the eyes of this youth, it was like a bright Milky Way in history. Located above the territory of Dali in the eastern Vase continent, Liju Grotto Heaven was the smallest of the 36 small grotto heavens. It was only 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. If there were no spells or prohibitions, for the chi cultivators who could fly in the air, the scenery was really not enough. However, in Liju Grotto Heaven, apart from the treasures and artifacts left behind by the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought after they died in battle, there were also the people who were raised in this place. It could be said that they were really spiritual and magical. They were very different from other places. Just think about it. 2 great chi cultivators became a pair of Daoist companions. Then, their offspring would definitely enter the middle 5 states. The possibility of entering the upper 5 states was actually not much higher than those children who could be brought out of the small town in Liju Grotto Heaven. One must know how many people there were in a small town. This was equivalent to a flood dragon emerging from a pond. Moreover, there could be 1 or 2 flood dragons in every generation. Therefore, this time, when Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed, as long as the monarchs of the various dynasties had a little sense of worry, they would be relieved of a heavy burden. The Song clan had finally broken this huge gold vein. It would definitely have an impact on the Dali Iron Cavalry's conquest of the south. Kui Dong was reluctant to withdraw his gaze for a long time. He had mixed feelings. Since ancient times, the imperial examination of the dynasty had been the friendship of schoolmates, peers, and fellow countrymen. It was the same on the path of cultivation. Now that the dust had settled in Liju Grotto heaven, a good ending was exchanged for at the price of someone's death. Then, all the great cultivators who walked out of Liju Grotto heaven would remember this kindness. It was just a difference of more or less. As for the 4 surnames and 10 clans and the forces behind them, it was even more so. It was a pity that although the Song clan did not lose any points in this turmoil, they did not gain any points either. However, Dali could have been more humane. For example, Ruan Tong requested to enter Liju Grotto heaven earlier. They should not have agreed so quickly. For example, if they knew that Qi Jingchun did not even use his heavenly cultivation in the end and only used 2 words to fight against those big shots, then when the 4 forces asked to take back the sage's bet, even if Dallas Ministry of Rights did not have the guts to refuse, they should have delayed it with righteous words, saying that it was against the rules. For example, the Dali Imperial Court should not have privately used the name of a letter to inform the 4 surnames and 10 clans that the great calamity had arrived. They should quickly withdraw the incense seeds of each clan and not be implicated by Qi Jingchun's rebellious behavior. There were too many. Once Emperor Dali came back to his senses, or if he was greedy, then he, the imperial tutor who controlled half of the country's government and planned strategies thousands of miles away, would probably really be punished. However, at this time, the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, who was standing in the small temple, had a satisfied and leisurely look on his face, as if he did not care about Emperor Dali's anger at all. Kui Dong said to himself, "Wait a moment, wait a moment." Kui Dong looked around at the walls and memorized all the names. He was about to wave his sleeve to wipe away all the traces to prevent others from making a fuss about it in the future. However, at the moment he was about to make a move, Wan Qiong appeared at the door of the small temple and laughed sinisterly. "Good boy, you've got guts. How many times has it been?" Kui Dong laughed and said, "I haven't done it yet, have I?" A voice leisurely appeared near the small temple. "You guys just fight with all your might. I'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess. I guarantee that there won't be a situation like the AOU turning over and the mountain range being cut off. After you guys decide the winner, at most 10 or 20% of this 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers will be destroyed. Ruan Qiong, instead of being entangled by this guy, I think you should just end it with him. Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering." Kui Dong's expression did not change. He laughed and said, "Old Yang, killing without spilling blood, and even reaping the benefits of the fisherman. What a good trick." Ruan Qiong nodded, "I think so." Kui Dong hurriedly bowed and apologized. He smiled and begged for mercy. Okay. I'll just stroll around the small town, okay? Great Sage Ruan. And Senior Yang." Ruan Qiong was obviously weighing the pros and cons. Kui Dong said lightly, "Even if Senior Yang has the ability to protect most of the mountains and rivers, what if I focus on destroying Shinshou Mountain's Hungming Peak?" Without waiting for Ruan Qiong to speak, Old Yang's voice sounded again. "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Ruan Qiong said unhappily, "Get back to Erlang Alley." Kui Dong shook his head and walked out of the small temple leisurely. When he brushed past Ruan Qiong, he made a youthful face. When Kui Dong crossed the other side of the stream, Ruan Qiong turned around and saw the old man sitting on a dry bench in the temple, smoking a pipe. For the first time, the old man didn't mock and ridicule him. Instead, he smiled. "You really do care about your daughter." Ruan Qiong sighed. Obviously, he was very aggrieved by Kui Dong's provocation but didn't attack. He sat across from Old Yang and leaned against the wall. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I don't owe anything to the heavens or the earth. Now that I've even repaid the ancestral master, I only owe that girl's mother. She's gone, so how can I pay it back? I can only put what I owe her on my daughter." Old Yang smiled and said, "With your status and ability, plus your relationship with Yin's Chen clan, it's not impossible to find your wife's present life." Ruan Qiong shook his head and said, "Her talent in her previous life was not good enough. Before she died, she hadn't reached the middle 5 realms. So even if she reincarnated into a human, There's no possibility of her awakening and knowing about her past life. In my opinion, without those memories and only a shell, she's no longer my wife. What's the point of finding her? It's enough to treat her as living in her own heart. Old Young nodded and said, "You sure are open-minded. The military school's 10th floor is the hardest to break through. It's not without reason that you were able to surpass your peers." Ruan Cheong did not wish to delve into the matter and asked, "Do you think that person is bluffing?" Old Young smiled and shook his head. "Then you're underestimating that person. A good man from the grasslands is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the emperor down from his horse. This person is probably someone who is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors down from their horses. Of course, I'm only talking about his temperament, not his ability." Ruan Cheong was skeptical. Old Yang used his pipe to point at the ground in front of the temple's entrance. There was a path that had been stepped on especially firmly by pedestrians. He said slowly, "This fellow is different from us. He feels that he's walking on a single plank bridge. So once he meets someone on a narrow path, he feels that he's letting himself down if he doesn't kill the other party. Or if someone behind him tries to cross him, it's also a path to death. You can't simply say that such a person is a good person or a bad person." Ruan Cheong suddenly jumped to another question and said slowly, "Chen Ping'an's parents and ancestors were only ordinary people born and raised in a small town. How did his father know of the wonders of the intrinsic porcelain? Furthermore, why did he insist on breaking it at the cost of his life? Clearly, someone deliberately revealed the secrets of heaven to make him do such a thing." Old Yang fell silent for a long time. He exhaled a puff of smoke and finally said, "In the beginning, I thought it was just an ordinary family feud. By the time I realized that something was amiss, it was already too late. However, I couldn't be bothered to get involved in these murky schemes. It's just something I used to think about when I'm bored." Thinking about it, this was all targeted at Qi Jing-chun. It seemed like a small move, but in the end, it was discovered that this move was the true killer move. In the words of a Go expert, it was a divine move. To be precise, it was not only to deal with Qi Jing-chun, who was too lucky, but also to deal with the literary luck of the sage of literature. But now, Qi Jingchuan's last battle was too dazzling. Everyone is used to equating Qi Jingchuan's life and death with the survival of that literary lineage. In fact, it's not far off. The old man glanced at the solemn military saint and said, "When you entered the Black Pearl Grotto heaven in advance, I suspected that you were one of the people behind the scenes. Either the Wind Snow Temple and the Chen family of Yingyan had reached a deal, and you had to contribute to your sect, or you had secretly benefited from the Chen family of Yingyan, who was known as a worldly scholar, and thus established your sect here." Ruan Cheong smiled calmly and said, "Senior Yang, you're overthinking it." The old man sneered and said, "Overthinking it doesn't mean that you're wrong. The reason why you can still have a clear conscience is that you military swordsmen are good at simplifying. Maybe when the truth comes out in the future, you'll realize that you're just one of the chess pieces." Ruan Cheong's mind was still as firm as a rock. He laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. If it's really the Chen family of Yingyan or any other force that dares to use me as a chess piece, then I'll make arrangements for my daughter's retreat. One day, I'll kill all the way." Ruan Cheong sneered in his heart, "If that's really the case, it's exactly what I want. 100 years, at most 100 years, I'll be able to forge that sword. Where can I go? Who can I kill?" Ruan Cheong collected his thoughts and asked curiously, "Could it be that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley is really the successor of Qi Jing-chun?" Old Yang lifted his smoking pipe and knocked on the wooden chair gently. He took out some tobacco leaves from the cloth bag at his waist and said angrily, "God knows." Ruan Cheong knew that this old man in front of him had hidden a lot of secrets in his stomach over the long years. Ruan Cheong smiled and asked, "If you want to enter the town, everyone has to first hand over a bag of gold and copper coins to the town's gatekeeper. This gatekeeper is that man called Zheng Dafeng. I know that these priceless copper coins didn't fall into Emperor Dallas' pocket. So senior, you're the one who put them in the bag. What do you want to do with the money?" The old man asked in return, "If I ask you, Ruan Cheong, how do you forge the sword in your heart, will you answer?" Ruan Cheong laughed heartily. Old Yang said indifferently, I want to move this temple. Ruan Qiong was stunned but quickly replied, as long as you don't move it outside, I have no objections. The old man nodded and smiled. Since you're so straightforward, I can tell you a little secret. Ruan Qiong nodded, indicating that he was willing to listen. The old man exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. After it dissipated, wisps of smoke wrapped around the entire small temple. Actually, before this, the small temple had already been enveloped in a thin layer of white fog. Clearly, the old man had increased the concealment of the small temple for safety's sake. The old man sighed and slowly said, Do you know what Qi Jingquan's most formidable aspect is? Ruan Qiong smiled and said, Naturally, it's his good talent, high perception, and terrifying cultivation. Otherwise, how could those great personages in the heavens be willing to face Qi Jingquan together? The old man shook his head. If Chen Pinggan is really the person chosen by Qi Jingquan, then someone outside is using Chen Pinggan as a masterstroke. On the surface, it's been idle for 10 whole years, but in reality, it's been carefully operating in secret. Even I have been used in this period of time. The wonderful thing is that that person is playing chess outside of the chessboard. After the chess piece leaves the hand, that person is not a rigid chess piece after all. He will gradually grow his own life. Thus, he will become less and less like a chess piece, and his killing move will become more and more hidden. Moreover, next to this chess piece, there's another chess piece that seems to be extremely powerful. It's Song Jisin, the person that Emperor Dali has entrusted the hopes of the entire Song clan. He helps to attract attention from all sides and ultimately creates a great situation where the light is in the dark. Ruan Qiong's expression was heavy as he asked, Qi Jingquan is said to be the person who has the potential to establish a sect. Although someone is deliberately flattering Qi Jingquan, it's definitely not all nonsense. How can you not see some clues? I've only just figured out these twists and turns. Interesting, really interesting. If the bystanders are like this, what about the people involved? The old man suddenly laughed and even coughed a little. He slapped his thigh and clicked his tongue. But the people involved have long seen through it. Qi Jingquan, this scholar, is really not honest at all. Do you know what he did before he died? He deliberately ran over to my side. Other than giving Chen Pinggan 2 very learned Shueishan seals, in the end Qi Jingquan and Chen Pinggan traveled together for a period of time. He said a few words and finally left them for Chen Pinggan. Ruan Qiong, take a guess. Ruan Qiong's interest was completely piqued, but he said, I can't guess Qi Jingquan's thoughts. Old Yang sighed and said, Qi Jingquan said that a gentleman can be deceived. Ruan Qiong thought for a moment. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after a moment, his complexion changed. In the end, he clenched his fists and his face flushed red. He helplessly shook his head and said, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't help but admit defeat. The old man nodded, his eyes drifting. The first meaning is for Chen Pinggan to tell me, or perhaps everyone, how to deal with Qi Jingquan within the rules. In truth, it doesn't matter. Whether it's victory or defeat, life or death, Qi Jingquan has long since seen through it. The old man stood up and said in a low voice, the second meaning is for Chen Pinggan 10 years from now, or even 100 years from now, to tell him that even if he learns the truth in the future, even if he learns that he is the chess piece that caused Qi Jingquan's death, there is no need to blame himself, because Qi Jingquan already knows everything. Ruan Qiong suddenly stood up and strode away. This is so damn boring. The great Qi Jingquan died in such a cowardly manner. If it were me, with his cultivation and ability, I would have already stepped through the eastern Aquarius continent and broken the world with a single punch. Sullen, 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 let's go drink. The old man smiled and walked out of the small temple with one hand behind his back. The hand behind his back shook slightly, and the small temple disappeared into the old man's palm. He held it gently. Dali Imperial Tutor Kui Dong, the former first disciple of the Confucian sage of literature. I feel that your cultivation is also not limited to this, right? Then I will wait and see. Old Yang, who rarely left the small town, walked onto the stone arch bridge. His figure became more and more hunchbacked, and his expression was solemn. He did not say a word. He walked back and forth across the stone bridge twice, and both times he walked across it were calm and relaxed. After the old man walked down the stone bridge, he walked towards the small town with a sad expression. He thought to himself, is this really an opportunity that cannot be missed and will never come again? Even Ma Kushwan, who was born with destiny, is not qualified to meet you. Even if he is just a comrade of yours, not your master, he is still not qualified. What kind of person do you want to find before you are willing to nod your head? Not to mention the 5,000 years of accumulation, just the existence of the Pearl Grotto heaven alone is a full 3,000 years. 3,000 years. In such a long period of time, how many heroes that would dazzle the eyes of the Eastern Aquarius continent in the future had appeared? If they have your help, how could they not have the possibility to go up a few levels? Above the 11th or 12th level, even if it is only 2 levels, what kind of realm would that be? The stone bridge was silent. The iron sword hanging at the bottom of the bridge did not move at all. The old man exhaled softly and said self-deprecatingly, "What a good saying, the hero is not free. Forget it, forget it. Since it is so, then you can fend for yourself. I don't have to worry about fortune and misfortune depending on each other. Because of you, what little incense we have left will be destroyed. In this way, it is also a good thing. A small gamble is fun, and I don't have to worry about losing everything." Chen Pingan carried a medium-sized basket on his back and returned from the small mountain ridge. On the way back, he found that the temple was gone. The young man looked around blankly, and confirmed that he did not remember the wrong location. The small temple for people to rest in was indeed moved away like a stone. It was just that Chen Pingan was used to it now. He just had to get used to it. Chen Pingan came to the blacksmith shop and first went to the yellow mud house where he stored his belongings. He took what he should take and left what he should leave. Then, he went out and found the red cotton-padded jacket girl, Li Baoping. Li Baoping stood in front of him with her head held high, and her face was full of joy. The little girl's body was already covered with embroidered bags and scented sachets, no less than 7 or 8 different kinds. She was also carrying a small wicker basket, covered with a bamboo hat that could block the wind and rain. It was just enough to cover the things in the wicker basket. It was probably the little girl's idea, and Ruan Xiu helped to pack it up. The green-clothed girl, Ruan Xiu, stood beside the red cotton-padded jacket girl, looking very festive. Chen Pingan looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Did you bring food?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Most of the things in the basket are food that Sister Ruan gave me. The rest are books. They're not heavy, not that heavy." Chen Pingan said, "Let me know when you're tired." The little girl puffed out her chest and said boldly, "How can I be tired?" With a gentle voice Ruan Xiu said, "The map of the northern part of the eastern vast continent, as well as the maps of the Great Li and Great Sui's respective provinces and counties, as well as a few smaller maps, are all in Li Baoping's basket. But after you leave Dallas border, you'll have to ask for directions often. Fortunately, Li Baoping knows your Dali official language and the language of the entire eastern bottle continent, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Also, I put some silver and copper coins inside. Compared to the gold and copper coins you gave my father, they are really nothing. So, Chen Pingan, please don't refuse." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and said, "I'm not stupid. Why would I refuse money?" Ruan Xiu was a little annoyed and said, "You're not stupid. For them who have nothing to do with you." But as soon as the hurtful words came out of her mouth, the girl regretted it. She quickly stopped and didn't say anything else. Because not far away, there were 4 students who were no longer traveling together. Chen Pingan, who had been secretly winking, was relieved and said softly, "I'll have to trouble Miss Ruan with the things we talked about yesterday." Ruan Xiu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep those keys well. I'll tidy up the house every few days." Chen Pingan took a deep breath and said to Li Baoping, "Let's go." Li Baoping said happily, "Let's go." One was big and one was small. Even the basket was big and the other was small. In everyone's vision, the 2 walked further and further away. They went south to the Great Sui Kingdom. Along the way, the girl talked about the interesting things in the small town and finally talked about traveling. She said to Chen Pingan like an old man, Scholars travel with books to study. The older ones need to use a sword to defend themselves. Also, it can show that they are good at both the pen and the sword. Chen Pinggan was happy and said, "Yes, that's for you scholars. I'm not one." The girl was stunned and suddenly became silent. It seemed that the truth made her very discouraged. Kui Dong bought a pot of good liquor in the small town's wine shop and walked slowly to Erlang Lane. When he arrived at the Yuan family's ancestral home, Kui Dong paused when he was unlocking the door. In the end, he pushed the door open with a smile. He walked in quickly and closed the door. He walked to the side of the pool and looked at the man standing under the plaque in the main hall. He was illusory and full of light. Kui Dong sat on a chair beside the pool. He opened the pot of liquor and took a sniff. Then, he turned and smiled. Even if you're only left with a remnant of your soul, it's still ungentlemanly to trespass on private property without invitation. Qi Jing-chun, junior brother Qi, am I right? The man turned around, and his face could be vaguely seen. It was the elegant teacher of the school, Qi Jing-chun. He was also the mountain master of the Cliff Academy, who fought against the heavenly axiom with his own strength. Qi Jing-chun smiled and said, "That day, you and Kui Minghuang were acting for Wu Yuan on the surface, but it was actually for me. Are you tired?" Kui Dong moved a chair and sat down. He smiled and said, "Oh. Then what did you see?" Qi Jing-chun stood on the north side of the pool and faced Kui Dong, who was sitting on the south side. He asked, "Why did your cultivation level drop all the way from the 12th level of the Qi Refinement Warrior to the 10th level?" Kui Shi leaned back in his chair and shook the wine pot between his two fingers. "It's all because of our erudite teacher. Who would have thought that you had already started something new? That's why the teacher's statue kept falling down, but not only were you not affected, your level kept rising. I, on the other hand, have betrayed my teacher for so long, but I've never been able to get rid of the influence of his school and literature. The thing that made me feel the most hopeless was that I realized that in this lifetime, I had no hope of using my knowledge to suppress or surpass teacher. What should I do? I couldn't possibly be buried with teacher. The problem is that the collapse of teacher's statue has a huge impact. It's not like a stone smashing into the lake. It's more like a mountain falling into the lake. The waves are so huge that except for people like you who have already come ashore, almost no one can avoid it. It's even more so for me. Therefore, I thought of a small idea. Junior brother Qi, what do you think?" Qi Jing-chun nodded and said, "Using other people's stone to attack Jade and break my stubbornness." Kui Dong's eyes turned cold. He stopped shaking the wine pot. Qi Jing-chun sighed and said, "The best outcome would be for your knowledge to surpass teacher and me, Qi Jing-chun, and gain the recognition of heaven, earth, man, and God. However, it's a pity that you can't do it. Secondly, you hope that teacher's literature lineage will end in my hands. Then, you can take over. Even if you can't reach teacher's high position in the Confucian temple, it's still 1,000,000 times better than a so-called Dali imperial tutor. Lastly, you can use someone as your shadow. Then, you can meditate and do Buddhist meditation. If that person can stay true to his heart, it means that you have stayed true to your heart at a certain threshold. In the end, it will become the opportunity for you to ascend from the 10th level to the 11th level." Qi Jing-chun shook his head and said, "Kui Dong, do you think that this deal is a sure win for you? I know that you've already prepared a backup plan. Even if Chen Pinggan can still maintain a pure and firm state of mind, you'll still have a backup plan. For example, you'll magnify the shortcomings of those ignorant children to wear down Chen Pinggan's state of mind. Like grinding a mirror with a stone, you'll make the mirror rough and eventually shatter. Then, once Chen Pinggan is the scholar that I choose to pass on to the next generation, you'll be able to succeed. You'll take over the fate of teacher and Qi Jingchuan's literature lineage. The final result will be much greater than the third method, Buddhist meditation." Kui Dong's face turned pale. Qi Jing-chun smiled and said, "If you're willing to let go now, I can promise you that you'll achieve the third result. Although it's the worst, it's still a great thing for you, Kui Dong. After so many years of scheming, you'll finally get what you want." Kui Dong stood up and sneered, "Qi Jing-chun, you're a thing that's about to die. You're half human and half ghost. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Qi Jingchuan's face was as usual. I'll give you one last chance. Kui Dong's face was ferocious. How dare you ruin my state of mind? Qi Jingchun looked sad and said softly, Senior brother Kui. Kui Dong suddenly smashed the wine pot in his hand on the ground and took a step forward. He pointed his finger at Qi Jingchun, who was separated by a pool on the ground and a patio in the sky, and said sternly, I don't believe that you, Qi Jingchun, can beat me. Qi Jingchun put one hand behind his back and flicked his sleeve with the other. The wine flowing around Kui Dong's feet slid into the pool and formed a mysterious water curtain with ripples. It was exactly the same as Kui Dong's previous actions. They were indeed brothers from the same sect in the past. Every move he made was filled with the elegance of a scholar. In the water curtain, there was a young man and a young girl with a basket on their backs. The young girl in the red cotton-padded jacket walked sideways. She was raising her head and asking the young man questions. The young man in straw sandals smiled and patiently answered the young girl's strange and imaginative questions. If he encountered a difficult problem, the young man would say that he didn't know. The young man didn't feel embarrassed, and the young girl didn't feel bored. Qi Jingchun asked, Kui Dong, do you still not understand? Kui Dong stared at the scene. His face was pale and his lips trembled. He muttered, This is impossible. Finally, he raised his head. The young imperial tutor with a mole between his eyebrows had his delicate face twisted to a terrifying degree. Qi Jingchun, you actually chose a woman to be your only direct disciple. Qi Jingchun looked at the young man's face, which was already unfamiliar to him, and asked with a smile, Why not? Kui Dong took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth curled up. But the young man's temperament doesn't change. If worse comes to worst, I'll withdraw all my backup plans and help him find whetstones along the way. I can still win, it's just that I won't win as much. What, Qi Jingchun, do you want to turn around and harm Chen Pinggan in order to block my path? Kui Dong's face was crazy and he was extremely proud. Haha, I share honor and disgrace with that young man in Mud Bottle Alley. Qi Jingchun, how can you fight with me? Qi Jingchun said calmly, I advise you to cut off this connection now. It's not too late to stop now. At most, you'll fall from the 10th floor to the 6th floor and still be considered to be in the middle 5 realms. Kui Dong's face was gloomy. Qi Jingchun, have you lost your mind? Qi Jingchun glanced at Kui Dong and sighed. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook them lightly. The young man in straw sandals and the young lady in the red cotton-padded jacket did not notice at all. However, Kui Dong watched helplessly as a jasper hairpin suddenly appeared on the young man's head and was quietly inserted into his hair bun. Kui Dong's face was filled with shock and fear. He stretched out his hand and trembled as he pointed at Qi Jingchun. Qi Jingchun, he could not even utter the last word Chun no matter what. In an instant, Kui Dong, whose Dao heart was on the verge of collapse, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He fell back into the chair and quickly formed the treasure bottle seal with both hands. He said hoarsely, Calm the soul and settle the spirit. Qi Jingchun raised his head and looked at the courtyard. He did not look at Kui Dong, who was in a terrible state. He said, You must remember that you have suffered a loss. If you dare to secretly trip me up again within 60 years, I have my ways to make you fall from the 5th level of Qi refinement warrior to an ordinary person. Of course, given your character, you will definitely not believe me. It's okay. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The first time, I told you not to lose confidence in me. You did not believe me and ended up falling. Before I came to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, I told you not to do anything to Cliff Academy. You still did not believe me. So this time, it's still up to you. Qi Jingchun left the Yuan family's ancestral residence in Erlang Alley and walked in the human world for the last time. He first went to the school, then to the Stone Arch Bridge, then to the grave of his junior brother, Ma Zhon. Finally, Qi Jingchun went to the heavens. Finally, at the very end, Qi Jingchun returned to the ground and quietly walked beside the young man in straw sandals and the young lady in the red cotton-padded jacket. He walked side by side with them. It was just that they did not know. With every step the 3 of them took, Mr. Chi's figure dissipated a little. He finally stopped in his tracks and looked at the backs of the two children who were heading south. This scholar was worried, regretful, reluctant, gratified and proud. He waved his hand gently and bid farewell silently. That was it. Pretty good. Hey, why is there a jade hairpin on your head? I don't know. When did this happen? Chen Pingan. You're actually a rich man, right? I'm really not. At least I'm not anymore. I'm only rich for a few days. Okay. Then what's with the wooden sword in your basket? I don't know either. Chen Pingan. If you continue to be like this, I really won't like you today. I really don't know. Forget it, forget it. I'll stop liking you tomorrow. A young man with green mountains and clear waters followed by a young lady. 86. In the Yuan family's ancestral home in Erlang Alley, Kui Dong sat on a chair bathed in blood. His hands formed the seal of Aquarius, and he struggled to protect this body from collapsing. This was not only because this body was extremely difficult to find, but also because this body was like a cage that locked up his soul. In a short period of time, not to mention traveling between the capital of Dali and the mountains and rivers of Longquan like before, once his body was destroyed, his soul would be completely separated and incomplete. He would really be reduced to a fish in a pond at the bottom of the middle 5 realms for the rest of his life. Those wolves, tigers, and leopards that used to tremble and crawl under his feet could now easily kill him. Although both his body and mind were heavily injured, after Quisha spat out a mouthful of blood, he still held onto the armrest of the chair and stood up with trembling hands and feet. He knew very well that the more it was like this, the more difficult it was for him to breathe. Quisha raised his head and looked towards the sky well. There had once been the voice of the military saint, Ruan Ting. However, right now, he had already lost the ability to whisper to Ruan Ting. Kui Dong said hoarsely, "Come out." A young man with an exquisite appearance walked out from the side room. His face was full of fear. He walked in front of Kui Dong, not knowing what to do. Kui Dong trusted the spies and death warriors under his command in the small town, but he only trusted their loyalty to him, the imperial tutor of Dali. However, Kui Dong did not trust their strength at all. He did not have the extravagant hope that they could safely escort him back to the capital. Perhaps before he even left the small town, one of the chess pieces that Song Jianqiang or that woman had placed in the 4 families and 10 clans would be waiting for an opportunity to act. Therefore, Kui Dong ordered the young man, "Go to the blacksmith shop and find Master Wan. Invite him to come here. Just say that I, Kui Dong, have a favor to ask of him and am willing to make a big deal with him. It has to do with the bestowal of the mountain god of Shunxiu Mountain. Don't forget, it's invite. If Ruan Teng refuses to come, then you don't need to return to this house in the future. The yin spirit that I have temporarily placed in your body will not be able to withstand the erosion of the yang qi astral wind for a few days." The young man's face was pale as he nodded vigorously. Kui Dong slumped back into his chair and warned, "When you go out, look more natural. Don't look like your parents are dead. Otherwise, even an idiot will know that something is wrong with me." The young man nodded timidly and quickly left. However, Kui Dong had just closed his eyes. It was truly comical. He had been reduced to a situation where the soul's exit was sealed. Now, he actually had to help sew and mend it, becoming the tinkerer of this cage. A series of familiar footsteps sounded. Kui Dong suddenly opened his eyes and was about to scold the puppet for its incompetence. However, when he saw the uninvited guest beside the porcelain young man, Kui Dong immediately changed his expression. He smiled at the young man and said, "Go and bring a chair for Elder Yang and a cup of tea." The old man smoked a pipe with one hand behind his back. He looked around, not looking at the young imperial tutor who had met a miserable end. He chuckled and said, "The restriction here was personally set up by you, Kui Dong. Now, I feel like someone has broken in, but the owner is still sleeping. Imperial tutor Daran, have you encountered some trouble? Do you need me to help?" Kui Dong's expression was normal. He shook his head and said, "No need." The old man sat on the chair that the young man had brought over. He was to the east, while Kui Dong was to the south, facing the north. He was facing the plaque of the Yuan clan's main hall. The old man glanced at the cautious and curious young man and said emotionally, "When it comes to the matter of the soul, your attainments are truly not bad." Kui Dong asked, "If we speak now, can Wan Ju hear us?" Old Yang smiled and said, "Wan Ju has a bad temper. He has nothing better to do than to peep at your movements. If you didn't provoke him time and time again, do you think he would be willing to talk to you?" Kui Dong said in a low voice, "Caution is the parent of safety." This was the second time that Kui Dong had said this to this elder Yang. The first time was at the old porcelain mountain. The old man smoked his pipe and said, "That makes sense." Kui Dong waited for a moment and said, "Is that okay?" The old man nodded gently. "Imperial Tutor Kui, speak freely." Kui Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "Should I call Mr. First Heavenly Monarch Ching Tong? Or the more famous one?" The old man expressionlessly interrupted Kui Dong, "Enough." As expected, Kui Shi did not continue speaking. He sighed with emotion and said, "To be honest, this junior is fascinated by that battle." Kui Dong laughed inexplicably. "I don't hate that I didn't meet the divine monarchs. I only hate that the divine monarchs didn't meet me. When I was studying under Mr., this was the first time I came into contact with the inside story. At that time, Mr. criticized me for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and speaking without thinking. Now that I think about it, Mr. was right and I was wrong." The old man waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in the quarrel between master and disciple in your sect." Kui Dong sneered and said, "Then did you come here just to laugh at me?" Old Yang asked, "I'm a little curious. Song Jianqiang, the king of Dali, is a martial artist who aspires to reach the 11th realm of martial arts. Why are you so incompatible with him?" Kui Dong shook his head and said, "It's not that Song Jianqiang and I want to fight to the death. It's just that there's a powerful woman in Dali who can't tolerate him. When Chen Pingan's life porcelain was broken, it was her who personally planned it behind the scenes. Even the greedy Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley was not willing to take action. There were also the Liu family, the Song family, and so on. The purpose was to make it easier for her son to seize the opportunity. Of course, I don't deny that I used Chen Pingan to deal with Qi Jingchun. It's indeed one of the few miraculous moves that I, Kui Dong, have in my life. Qi Jingchun is one step ahead, so I admit defeat. But I still don't think this move is bad." Old Yang exhaled smoke and squinted his eyes, saying, "When the life porcelain was broken, the young man in Clay Bottle Alley was like a candle flame, especially eye-catching. Naturally, it was easy to create a situation where moths flew to the flame. The woman you mentioned was right. If not, the girl who was condensed from the remnant of the real dragon's spirit and essence would have rushed to Chen Pingan instinctively. But when she escaped from the dragon-locking well and arrived at Clay Bottle Alley, she realized that there was a strong dragon qi in Song Jisin's house. To her, it was the most delicious food in the world. So she tried her best to knock on his door. Unfortunately, she was too weak and fell into the snow pile in front of Chen Pingan's house. Later, it was Chen Pingan who saved her. But when she woke up, she was unwilling to sign a contract with such an ordinary person. After all, it was tantamount to suicide. So she claimed to be the new maidservant of Song Jisin's house. Chen Pingan stupidly gave away the biggest opportunity of the Great Way in Lizhu Cave Heaven with both hands. Speaking of which, Chen Pingan at that time was like a rebellious son of a big family, a rebellious minister of a big country. He was indeed suppressed by the way of heaven and could not keep any good fortune. The old man shook his head, saying, "You can see it, but you can't touch it, and you can't hold it." Kui Dong quietly listened to the old man's narration and returned to the topic. Even His Majesty believed that his younger brother, Song Jianqiang, was never interested in the dragon throne. Unfortunately, there was one time when His Majesty asked me for advice on Go. That woman was also watching the game and giving His Majesty advice so that the game would not end early. His Majesty suddenly asked me if he, a vassal king on the battlefield, would suddenly lead an army to Dallas capital one day and use the knife in his hand to ask him for the throne. Of course, I answered honestly and said that His Highness would not do that. However, If there really came a day when a large group of generals and warriors under His Highness's command with outstanding military achievements had the idea of becoming a minister supporting the dragon, and His Highness had already reached the 10th realm, or even the legendary 11th realm, and felt that life was very boring, and with everyone around him bewitching and encouraging him, he might as well wear the dragon robe and sit on the dragon throne, so that he would not disappoint the hearts of the generals and soldiers. After I said that, the emperor of the great Li dynasty laughed. Finally, His Majesty turned to the woman beside him and asked, "What do you think?" The woman told him, "His Majesty the emperor's ambition is not big enough. Half of the Eastern Treasure Island can fill his stomach, but Songjianqiang is different. The higher his martial achievements in the future, the more he will want to go higher." After listening to the woman's words, His Majesty laughed and said that both of us were talking nonsense. Words that hurt the heart and destroyed the cornerstone of Dali, and should be taken away and beheaded. However, today is a good day, and it is better to talk with hands than to kill with hands. For the time being, both of your heads should be kept. Old Yang laughed and said, "Song Jianqiang is really unlucky to have met you two opponents. A woman is blowing pillow talk, and a confidant is slandering him." Quisha asked straightforwardly, "Why are you looking for me?" Old Yang said something strange that came out of nowhere. "We believe that generals and ministers have guts, wealth and honor have roots, and life and death are fated. You don't believe it." When it came to this matter, Kui Dong did not back down. He did not have the cowardice of having his life and death in the hands of others. He sneered and said, "Although I don't think the current batch is good, I don't think you are good people either." Old Yang looked at Kui Dong and said, "Tell me, why did Qi Jingchun choose Chen Pinggan?" Kui Dong smiled and said, "Guess." Obviously, Kui Dong would not tell the answer, because it involved his Dao heart. Old Yang asked, "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Kui Dong nodded and said, "You don't dare. Even if I raise a dog, at this time, for wealth and future, he may dare to kill me, but you are the only one who doesn't dare." Old Yang laughed and said, "You are so smart, how can you lose to Qi Jingchun?" Kui Dong slumped against the back of the chair and said self-mockingly, "Qi Jingchun has a saying that can answer your question. In the world, only a pure heart can't be tested." Old Yang shook his head and said, "See, this is the result of you not believing in fate. It is inexplicable, illusory, surrounded by clouds and fog, and has no roots and feet." Kui Dong laughed and said, "Why, senior, do you want me to walk on your path?" Old Yang asked back, "Don't you want to reunite and return to the peak? What's more, you worship the word merit, the essence of which is similar to ours." Kui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at Old Yang with a trembling finger. He almost laughed to tears and said sarcastically, "Although I, Kui Dong, can't compare to my master and Qi Jingchun, but for the so-called immortal golden body, I ended up being a lackey guarding the house and being ordered to come and go by those people I originally looked down on. Am I crazy, or are you crazy? Old senior, I don't want to criticize you, but are you desperate? Or are you in the same situation as me, suddenly met with a change and ruined a long-planned plan?" Old Yang said lightly, "Who do you think can order me around?" Kui Dong suddenly narrowed his eyes, his face solemn, and kept silent. Old Yang sat cross-legged and looked at the courtyard with a serene expression. People say that there is a god 3 feet above one's head. In fact, it's long gone. Kui Dong took a deep breath and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you did something to that young man, it's better to cut it off as soon as possible." Old Yang shook his head and said slowly, "No." Kui Dong smiled and said, "I guess Qi Jingchun also cleaned up all the loose ends before he died. Plus, you and I are considered clean. That means that except for the woman in Dallas capital who may have bad intentions, Chen Pinggan has nothing to worry about." Old Yang suddenly said, "Since we can't be kindred spirits, it's okay. We can make a fair deal." Kui Dong didn't ask and said without hesitation, "I agree." First, they walked for 5 miles. Chen Pinggan let the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket rest for a while. Then, they walked for 4 miles and then 3 miles before stopping to rest. The two sat on the smooth stones by the stream. They went south and temporarily took a detour because they generally followed the direction of the stream. Otherwise, The mountain road was difficult and Li Baoping wouldn't be able to keep up. Although the girl's physical strength was outstanding and far exceeded that of her peers, she was still an 8 or 9-year-old child. No matter how good her foundation was, she couldn't compare to an adult. Chen Pinggan couldn't carry the girl with his own legs. Li Baoping sat there sweating. She saw Chen Pinggan suddenly take off his straw sandals, roll up his trousers and go into the water. Probably because the water surface of the stream was much wider, the water level was not higher than the knees. She could see many small blue fish swimming around. They were very flexible and most of them were the length of a palm. From the first time Li Baoping walked into the stream in her life, she dreamed that one day she would be able to catch fish. However, fish were much more cunning than crabs or shrimps. Li Baoping couldn't do anything to them. In the past, she also learned from others and secretly cut down a bamboo to make a fishing rod. However, the same fishing rod, fishing hook, fishing line, and earthworms, she could never catch fish in the stream. The girl often hid under the shade of the trees by the riverside. Although she could squat and fish for an entire afternoon, she didn't have any harvest. Others had used a few green bristles to fill their fish baskets and went home happily to their parents. Only the girl didn't have any harvest. Therefore, in the girl's mind, Chen Pinggan, who seemed to be omnipotent, went into the mountains and into the water, burned charcoal, collected herbs, and caught snakes, actually had a very high image. She had only told these secrets to Shi Chuanjia. At this time, the girl saw that Chen Pinggan first found a place near the shore, where there seemed to be a lot of fish hiding under the big bluestone here. Then he began to build a dam a little upstream. It was almost as long as Li Baoping's height. It was made of large and small stones piled up in the stream nearby. There would still be water flowing down through the gaps between the stones. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to block the gaps with gravel and sand. Instead, he built 2 dams, one horizontal and one vertical. In the end, it looked like he was building a small pond. Li Baoping came to the shore near the pond and squatted down. She opened her eyes wide and watched Chen Pinggan begin to sew up the holes. His movements were fast and beautiful. At the same time, Li Baoping also noticed that when Chen Pinggan lowered his head to work, his face was calm and his expression was focused. His mind was immersed in the work, and there was no distraction in his mind. It was like a girl studying in a village school. When she saw Mr. Qi writing for the first time, there was an indescribable feeling of comfort in her heart. As the upper dam was almost seamless and no water could enter, the side dams were the same. The downstream dam was only used to prevent the fish from escaping, so it did not use a handful of sand to cover the door. Therefore, the water level of this fish pond gradually decreased. Li Baoping's little face was filled with happiness. She clenched her fists and muttered to herself. She was even more nervous than Chen Pinggan, who was sitting on the stone and resting for a while. Chen Pinggan began to walk into the pond and scooped water out with both hands. Li Baoping clicked her tongue and said, "Chen Pinggan, what you're doing is called draining the pond to catch fish." "Oh, no, that's a derogatory term. You're taking drastic measures to deal with the problem." Chen Pinggan smiled and asked casually, "I used to see you fishing by the stream. How big was the fish you caught?" Li Baoping sighed, "The fish are too smart. I could only use a green foxtail to lure the crabs out of their nests. Fishing is so difficult." Chen Pinggan couldn't help but ask, "Did you make the fishing rod yourself?" Li Baoping nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, there's a purple bamboo forest in the corner of my backyard. It's said that it was planted by my grandfather's grandfather. My father and the others guard it very tightly. When I asked to make a fishing rod, I was rejected. It wasn't easy for me to secretly cut one. I had to grind it bit by bit with scissors. It was so tiring. The water in the pond was getting murkier and murkier. Some fish had already begun to escape, splashing water everywhere. Chen Pinggan was used to this. He raised his head and smiled. That bamboo wasn't too thin. "Why did you cut off the head and tail?" Li Baoping said blankly, "Yes. I was afraid that if the fishing rod was too thin, the fish I caught would be too big. What if it broke? If I went to the purple bamboo forest to find a fishing rod again, even if my father didn't beat me, I didn't want to use scissors to deal with the bamboo anymore. Chen Pinggan helplessly said, how can there be someone who uses a bamboo rod to fish? The fish in our stream aren't that big. Once the fishing rod is thick, you won't be able to tell if it's hooked or if it's just rubbing against the bait. They definitely won't bite the hook the first few times. The fish aren't stupid. If you cast the fishing rod too early, you definitely won't be able to catch it. When fishing, you have to make a fishing rod with a suitable thickness. It also depends on the season and whether it's sunny or rainy weather. You also have to find a fish nest and a fish nest. The hook and bait are also very particular. The red cotton-padded jacket girl's mouth was wide open. She was a little embarrassed. In fact, there was one thing that she didn't tell Chen Pinggan. The hook at the end of the fishing line hanging on the bamboo rod was made by her with an embroidery needle at home. Maybe it was a little too big, but it was difficult for the fish to swallow the hook. Li Baoping told herself in her heart that it's okay, it's okay. I'm young and ignorant. It's understandable. Chen Pinggan saw that the little girl was a little unhappy. He had to comfort her, but after so many years, you haven't caught a single fish. I think it's even more amazing. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. The little girl seemed to have opened up a knot in her heart for many years. She suddenly became energetic. She curiously asked, why do we have to catch fish? We still have so much to eat. Chen Pinggan explained, think about it. There's a saying that sitting and eating until the mountain is empty. Even a mountain can be eaten until it's empty, let alone two small backpacks like us. So we have to save a little. The road ahead is long. Li Baoping thought deeply and eagerly said, teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish. Things like cutting bamboo to make a fishing rod and catching fish, you can teach me in the future. Catch. Chen Pinggan easily caught a blue and red slate fish and gently threw it to the little girl with a smile. Looking at Li Baoping, who was in a hurry, he said, you're too young. Just do what you can. You don't have to compete with me in everything. I'm taking care of you to go to Cliff Academy to study. The little girl finally caught the fish with both hands and said righteously, wrong, wrong. Mr. Chi said that we have to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. I only have 5 books in my backpack, so I need to go to the library of the academy to read the rest. But traveling thousands of miles is also something that a scholar must do. Traveling with a book means traveling with a book box. Traveling with a book box means traveling with great rivers and mountains while practicing moral knowledge. One of the two is indispensable. Otherwise, you'll be a cripple. You have a lot of green bristles around you. They can be strung together by passing through the gills. If you're afraid of breaking them, you can put 2 or 3 green bristles together. Chen Pinggan taught her how to deal with the trophies and asked, traveling with a book box means carrying a book box, right? Is it the kind that Chen Songfeng from Dragon Tail Commandery carries? It's made of bamboo and is very beautiful. If we pass by a bamboo forest in the future, I can make one for you. I also need to make a fishing rod. It's close to the water. If we go further down, the water will be deep. You can't catch fish like you did today. The little girl squatted on the shore and strung up the slate fish one by one. After hearing these words, she was so happy that she jumped up and said, really? Chen Pinggan said with a smile, why would I lie to you? Alas, be careful. Don't jump. Be careful not to fall into the stream with the fish. The fish can't run away, but what if you catch a cold? The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket squatted down and said with a bright smile, I'm happy. I'm finally going to have my own little book box. Chen Pinggan squatted in the almost dry stream. His head was close to the stone, and he reached under the stone to fish. This kind of fish can be eaten raw after being dried. If you think it's dirty, I can remove the internal organs. I didn't need them before. Li Baoping hesitated for a while and said timidly, how about removing the internal organs? Chen Pinggan took out another slate fish and gently threw it into the grass on the shore. It's up to you. I'll do it later. Li Baoping, who was holding 3 skewers of fish, quickly said, let me do it. Chen Pinggan nodded and continued to fish under the stone. After a while, with a splash, the little girl not far away stood in the stream and cried. Chen Pingan quickly got up and ran over. He asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The little girl cried heartbreakingly, "There's a fish. I just took it from the dog's tail grass. It looked like it was dying. I didn't expect that when I put it in the water, it would shake its tail and run away. I couldn't catch it." Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing. He bent down to help her roll up her wet trousers and gently carried her to the shore. He asked her to take off her shoes and said that he would deal with the fish. The little girl obediently took off her shoes, but she was still crying sadly. She always felt that she had done something very wrong to him. She felt that the sky was about to fall. Chen Pingan skillfully opened the fish's stomach and squeezed out the internal organs. He tried hard to hold back his laughter, thinking that it was better not to sprinkle salt on the little girl's wound. Chen Pingan finally turned to the little girl and gently picked up the 3 skewers of cleaned fish. It was a big harvest. The little girl smiled through her tears and said with a tear-stained face, "One ran away, but there's still so many left." Chen Pingan walked to her side and sat down. He handed the 3 skewers of fish to her and rubbed her head. "Yes, so if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't be so sad." The little girl raised the 3 skewers of fish high in front of her eyes and said happily, "Okay." Chen Pingan said softly, "In the future, I'll make a few pairs of straw shoes for you. I promise you won't rub your feet." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Can I?" Chen Pingan lowered his head and helped her wring the water on her trousers. "It's very simple." The little girl sighed. "You know everything, but I don't know anything." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "In the future, you can teach me how to read and write. I don't know many words now, only about 500. When Li Baoping heard this, she immediately nodded and said, "It's a deal." The two of them sat side by side and looked at the slowly flowing stream. Li Baoping asked casually, "Do you know what this stream is called?" "Dragon Whisker Stream." "How do you know this stream is called Dragon Whisker Stream?" "When I went into the mountains last time, I brought 2 maps. Master Wan said that they were maps of the situation of our Longquan County. The map was labeled as Dragon Whisker Stream, but when it flowed from the southeast to the south, the red line on the map gradually became thicker, and then it was renamed Tiefu River. If that's the case, then let me tell you. Our Dali Imperial Court has 6 departments. Among them, the Department of Rights has 3 officials: Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Earth official is responsible for drawing these maps, but there will also be geomasters from Kintianjian to help lead the way. They walk through the mountains and rivers together. It's equivalent to measuring a dynasty's territory step by step with their feet and drawing it inch by inch on a map. Chen Pingan, do you think those Earth official and geomasters are powerful? Why? Do you want to be an Earth official of the Department of Rights or a geomaster from Kintianjian when you grow up? Chen Pingan, don't you know? Women can't be officials. And it's not just our Dali that's like this. It seems like the whole world is like this. People like me and Shi Chuanjia can study, but I've never heard of a woman becoming a teacher or being called a teacher. I see. By the way, Chen Pingan, you said that the jade hairpin on your head was given to Mr. Qi by Mr. Qi's husband, and then Mr. Qi gave it to you. That's right. Chen Pingan, then from today onwards, I'll call you young martial uncle. Why? After you become my young martial uncle, if one day I make you unhappy and you decide to abandon me, you'll definitely ask yourself, I, Chen Pingan, am Li Baoping's young martial uncle. Of course I have to go through thick and thin with such a good girl. Can you not call me young martial uncle? Don't worry, I won't abandon you either. No. Then I won't make you little bamboo boxes and straw sandals. It's okay, I'm not afraid. I'll call you young martial uncle. How can there be a young martial uncle in the world who won't make me little bamboo boxes and straw sandals? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,